I guess the first thing I need to talk about is the SOS I put out. What happened is that more than a year ago, I consulted with MI6, with the Asian secret societies, with my Pentagon contacts about trying to um, force a jubilee on Japan by using my own personal case as a sort of trigger. And so I stopped paying taxes and rent and everything else to try to get the Japanese government to act. And I was reassured that I had their full support because they knew what this was all about. However, what happened in the end was that the local authorities decided to disobey their orders from headquarters, uh, and as a result, I was removed from my house of 23 years. However, what I was told is that I have personal diplomatic immunity, but that it didn't apply to my house. So I'm okay. And in a way, it kind of makes sense because the White Dragon Society is supposed to be used for the greater good and not for personal benefit. And I guess they decided this was too much of a personal thing. I was just trying to, get a free house. So they decided that they would just protect me, but not support anything selfish. So it was in the end, I had to accept this. But the real issue is that the people in charge in Japan now are leftovers from the Obama Biden regime. And if you read, for example, the Japan Times, which is like the mouthpiece for the foreign ministry, it's very hostile against Trump. And everybody here is still, Obama type people, and they're very hostile to me. And I guess they know it's because that it's a matter of time before they're going to go to jail and face war crime charges for mass murder, including Fukushima. And the White Dragon is going to get them. It's just a matter of time. Now, that's enough about the situation here. The real thing, of course, is what's happened with the Ukraine. And it's very clear that the U.S. regime is now in alliance with Russia against the Nazis who took over the EU and Canada. And this is, they're now basically telling the truth. For example, the G7 wanted to condemn, as usual, Russia for being an aggressor in the Ukraine, but the United States says no, that's not the case. The fact is, um, this was started when 20,000 mercenaries were sent into Kazakhstan to try to overthrow the government there, and they weren't even Kazakhs. And the Russians are saying, "Hey, you're invading our neighbors." So this was, an act of aggression by the fascists who took over. And what's interesting is now people like Colonel Douglas McGregor are calling them fascists. And even more important is that now Elon Musk is and other people who represent military white hats are openly saying, for example, that former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson and then Elon Musk is saying that you're having people in power publicly accusing by name very powerful individuals. And that's a sign that the arrests are about to start. And now that Kash Patel has been formally put into the FBI, it's going to happen for sure. Um, now, the other thing I noticed is I've got confirmation that Elon Musk was replaced because remember that before the January 29th helicopter crash, the White House was saying, that Musk didn't have access to President Trump and that he was not being given a White House office. And then there was the crash, and suddenly Musk was in charge of everything, and he was talking about cryptocurrencies and about Neuralink, putting microchips in people's brains, all mark of the beast type stuff. And then suddenly he did another 180-degree turn. And more importantly is that I've been noticing newspaper articles and about the wives or girlfriends or mistresses of Elon Musk saying that he's not answering their emails, he's not helping with the children. So it looks very clearly like Elon Musk has been replaced, and the person now is a mask-wearing spokesperson for the military-industrial white hats. But we should find out more soon. And the other thing that's very interesting is now the new Musk is talking about giving each American $5,000, from government wasted money, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Because what they really, and of course Donald Trump is still talking about getting rid of the Internal Revenue Service. That's very important because taxes shouldn't be existing at all. The government should revert to its right to create their own money. Canadians spend close to half their income on taxes, and before Pierre Trudeau handed over control of the Bank of Canada to the Rockefellers, they didn't have to pay taxes. So we're hoping that this revolution is going to continue. In fact, we're sure now that the White Hats are winning, and so the news is all good. Okay, well, oh yeah, one last thing. We're getting more confirmation that they're going to end the fake rubber mask Pope Francis show. So he may really be the last pope. So that's another big development that I'm keeping my eyes on. But like I said, more and more stuff is coming out, and the news is good. So hopefully soon there will also be a big cleanup here in Japan. I'm hoping that they send the person I recommended as U.S. ambassador here, so we can start the cleanup of the filth here. But I might go to Canada for a while until this whole thing blows over here and the cleanup is finished. We'll see. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
I mean, we have our first question for today. After 2 weeks of clear, beautiful sky, the chemtrails are back with a vengeance. It's as if they were trying to make up for lost time. So it seems they found other sources of financing. What are your thoughts on this?
I'm sorry, I don't have enough information, but like I say, there was a window after and sort of the bad guys had someone in the White Office, and it might have been during that interval, but I just don't know. I'll try to find out more. Next question.
Hi, Ben. All of Trump's cabinet picks have been confirmed except for Kash Patel. I think he's going to have some trouble. Enough Republican senators may cast a no vote. In my humble opinion, he's too close to General Flynn and his network. I would prefer someone else. What are your thoughts?
If I'm not mistaken, I just read this morning that he was confirmed. But the main question now is he going to release the Epstein files, and are they going to start arresting a lot of these big names? And if he doesn't, if he finds an excuse not to, then we'll know there's something wrong with Kash Patel. But I'm hoping, and as other people are, that he will start the long-awaited arrests of these pedophiles. Because I have I know that the person appearing as General Flynn is not him, because I personally was in contact with the original one, and I sent someone to physically meet the person now appearing as Flynn, and this person didn't recognize, people who had been in battle with him, didn't recognize. It was clearly he's been replaced. So whoever's appearing as General Flynn is an actor, and it's not the real deal. So I don't pay attention to that character. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Although I do appreciate your weekly reports, but I hope you don't mind that many cannot believe that Trump is not Trump until the world cries it out as well. Why would CNN not use this and Yelp it up to Everest levels? Why would the military hide the real Trump in a mountain and then let an imposter into Mar-a-Lago and everywhere else? And why would Musk, Vance, Alex Jones, and his best friends, his family, that are also high profile and have no one flip out? Why are these imposters still around? Is the greatest mystery or illogical state nobody is prepared to accept yet. These imposters still supposedly occupy the White House and they're actually running it all.
Well, it's been a civil war between the people who own the central banks and the corporations and the military, and they both have the ability to put masked actors in the public face and try to fool people into believing they're the real one. So it's a civil war, but and I have confirmed from Pentagon sources, and you can also confirm with your own eyes that there are Trumps who are very obviously different in appearance. One is short, one is tall. One is fat, one is thin. One has blonde hair, one has gray hair. Just compare them, and you can see for yourself that there are at least three, you know, President Trump's around. And I keep hearing from my own direct military sources that because of the danger of assassination, the real one stays at the Cheyenne Mountain Space Force Base and uses a avatar who reads his scripts in public appearances for reasons of security. As we saw with that helicopter crash, there is a real danger of assassination. That's why they have to protect the real man and uh, not send him to places where he'd be vulnerable. But if you check, you'll find that leaders have always used lookalikes since thousands of years ago. This is nothing new. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I believe Q represents Trump and works very closely with him. There is very little doubt for me that this is true. Q said 2/3 of Congress would be arrested during the 10 days of darkness between getting rid of the unofficial fourth branch of government that we are now calling the bureaucracy and a pending clearing out of Congress. China will see a largely new government in the US. The remaining third will prove themselves or be voted out soon after. Much of what Q said has come true, not on the exact date he posted it. All of what is happening now was foretold. There isn't any reason to doubt the remaining will be true as well. What are your thoughts on Q?
Q is definitely a group of people with high level security clearance who have good intentions and are trying to, overthrow an evil regime. I don't think they're the only faction, and they don't always get it right, but I basically support what the Q people are doing and saying because we're more or less on the same page. And and I hope that everything they predict come true. But you've got to see it to believe it. And thing we're all waiting for now is the actual arrests and public trials of many figures, and we're seeing signs this is about to happen with people like Zelensky and Bill Gates. But let's see it happen. Next question.
Hi, Ben. You mentioned a McGregor interview. Many of us are excited to hear it. When is that interview supposed to take place?
Oh, I'm sorry. Look, what happened was I was contacted by Colonel McGregor's people, and we had an interview time set up, but he canceled at the last minute. And apparently, he's a bit squeamish about talking to me right now. I think that's because people who have talked to me, Robert David Steele, so I guess he's just playing it safe. But unfortunately, he canceled at the last minute. But I do hope that we will be able to talk again soon. And I still am in touch with his people. So maybe, but right now it looks like that has been canceled because Colonel McGregor changed his mind at the last minute, unfortunately. But I really would like, I have a great respect for the man, and I would really like to talk to him because I think we could share a lot of valuable information from our respective networks. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today, and I hope to see you again next week.
Oh, yeah, everything's great.
Right. Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. I got Sheila Holm and Daniel Bonnier. We're going to be talking about which is the number one corrupt state in the United States. We're going to be talking a little bit about that. Of course, I've seen a lot of your chat before the show. There's a lot of ideas of which one it is. I think pretty much every one of our states is corrupt at this point because they've taken on, they all the way down to from the state all the way down to the cities. They've incorporated. And by incorporated, they basically create laws that are not laws for us, we the people. All right, so we're going to jump into it. Sheila and Daniel, thanks for joining me.
It's gonna get spicy. I think it's gonna be fun.
All right, and we were talking a little spice before the show. Now, tell us about the Noahide law you're talking about, Sheila. And I'll bring
what's really funny is with the call today to do this today, I've had a family that's been writing to me because their family is saying that President Trump re-signed the Noahide laws into effect. He didn't have to re-sign anything. There's nothing else to sign. This was all done in 92 and 93.
Mm-hmm.
Here's how specific they are. In 92, it was Joint House Resolution 104, which is 14. Joint House Resolution 104 is 14. And then the second one that they did under the 102nd Congress, one was signed by Sheriff Bush, and the second one was signed by Clinton, is 410, which is a mirror of 14. So they did this to us in 92 and 93. And how they solidified it in 93, the Noahide laws in 92, Bush, Sheriff, said that, or this is in there, what he signed, that they were returning us to our founding of the Noahide laws, which are the basis of our morals in a civil society. Then when they did it in 93 in Joint House Resolution 410, this is what they said. Whereas in tribute to the great spiritual leader, the Rebbe, who's a Babylonian Talmud rabbi, everybody thinks that rabbi is Hebrew. Rabbi just means teacher, guys. It's not a big deal. And there's a lot that are Babylonian you don't know because you don't know what the Hebrew ones were doing. So this is what they said. They started in 92 celebrating this rabbi's birthday, April 14, as a new beginning. And now in 93, they put it not only a new beginning for our nation, but in education and sharing. On his 91st birthday, we will mark this as a new beginning and an age-old commitment to education. This is when they took it into the education system in 93, accompanied by an increase in general acts of sharing with another in order to return the world to the moral and ethical values contained in the 7 Noahide laws. And whereas this will be reflected in an international scroll of honor signed by the President of the United States, and guess what? And other heads of state.
Wow.
So they merged us all into these Noahide laws. There's no honoring the Sabbath, nothing about honoring mother and father. And they put it in the education system, and your God is not our God. So we don't have to honor only one God. So they did this to us, and we didn't even know they did it. So the oaths that are taken for all of the positions across this nation, they've started circling, so help me God, in red, putting in big letters, no, with 3 exclamation points. And across the oath, they write refuse for cause because you want us to be under your God. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
We haven't been cleaning up our communities. So when you put somebody in a planning department, as Daniel knows, and they can issue permits, you might have had a believer last time. The next time you go to confirm your permit, they'll pull it because they're not a believer, but they find out you are. This took us away from the Bible and 10 Commandments over to the Noahide 7 laws. That's not how we were founded. So the one in 92, 104, which is 14, and 410, which is a mirror of 14, putting it in the education system all within 12 months. The 90th and 91st birthday of this rabbi from the Babylonian Talmud, Noahide laws, to honor him, they said. But this is a founding of our morals and our civil society, and it is not.
Wow. So, when they, was it 1871 is when they, made the
corporation?
Corporation, yeah. And
Well,
then
they also brought the world order here.
Yeah. So it basically went down to every state. They incorporated all the way down to the county level, state all the way down to districts, all the way down to the county level. So when they did that, my understanding is when they did that, they took we the people out of it, and it became everything's focused on the corporation. And whatever.
That's all the way down to the village. That's why your little villages that aren't big enough to even be a town have a trustee board, because they operate under the corporation for that little village. And then the corporation for the town, but nobody seems to know about it because they don't know who holds all these corporate titles or who owns us.
Yeah. So that's that's where Daniel, his story is a great example of what happens. They can, go by the laws that we understand them to be, and then at their whim, they can pull those laws like they did for his estate, pretty much, where he had been given permits and everything, and he had started building and was running a great gun range on his property, everything permitted, everything approved, and then they have a problem with it. They're in the city where he has KKK members and racists and all kind of crazy stuff. Daniel opens it up to Daniel. I'll let you talk here in a second, but Daniel opens it up to military, law enforcement, and then the general public. And as the general public comes through, it's the general public. All types of color, skinned, and all. And this town didn't like that, so they started leaning on him. So Daniel, take it from there.
Yeah, it's interesting how we bring a religious component into it, because when I first came to this community, Mr. Richard Hewlett, which is on the town select board, he's considered a selectman. His evil wife, Mrs. Mandy Hewlett, they had overemphasized their religious monotone in the community, and tried to bamboozle me to believe they were Christians or religious at all. But in contrary, their behaviors are sinful and evil, and that individual manifestations carried into the select board. Mr. Hewlett is a selectman, which has a prominent vote in our community of yay or nay. I mean, it's this is Hewlett land around here. Everyone fears them. Everyone subsides to their almighty actions or words. It's interesting, because I've seen people look and quote spirituality and or bring a historical value into the method of preserving our rights, we the people, preserving the authenticity of selectmen, select board processes, zoning, planning, etc. The list goes on. But when you have evil, sinful-minded people orchestrating and puppeteering the rest of the community in aspects to saying yay or nay, you fall victim like I did.
It's because they've divided us. Absolutely everything is divided. They divided the family. In the 45 points, the whole middle section of it is how to divide the family. Because if you divide the sanctity of the family, you can divide and conquer easily an entire nation, and that's what they've done. Because putting it in the education system, we've already shared this. I've shared it on interviews with Jaco, the same symbols of communism and BLM and Antifa, which is mainly people don't understand that it's anti-fascist. It's just Antifa, they called it, but it's just the beginning word, the letters of the same word, anti-fascist, and then made us the anti-fascist, but they're the ones that are doing this because they have set up a whole fascist structure. So what you're dealing with is not just in your area. It's not just a family. It's a whole different culture structure, and it's been here from the very beginning. That's what Michael was going into by saying there's a control above us that we didn't even know was there. So if we want to clean it up back to we the people, what he just said, they got rid of we the people. So we think we've been living in this and that we're all on the same rules. But did you know that none of us are ever going to have victim rights? I'm going to share why. Is that we don't have victim rights. This is what I learned. I don't know if you know my story, but I put some judges in prison, helped the FBI supposedly put some judges in prison on federal RICO charges and the top trial attorneys. So 4 were sentenced to prison on federal RICO racketeering charges. And then I couldn't have any freedom. But what I didn't understand until I went through all of that, so the reason I can connect the dots now is that we don't have victim rights. In identity theft, when other people have been using our social security number, it's all done in the underbelly of the credit bureau system. And in that, I'm only a witness. I'm not the victim. The victim is the banks and lenders who allowed people to put in other people's names into this credit bureau system, who won't help me because they're just a consumer credit bureau system. So they're only taking information from consumers. So they're not hurting or harming anyone. You can't sue anybody. That's what they do. They are unsuable. You can't come against them. You can't structure against them because we're not a victim. So we can talk to them all day long, but they don't care, because the ones where our insurance rates go up is that the bankers and lenders who let them do this and helped people do this. And then they started putting credit bureau system, computers, systems, setups over the internet out in businesses. So there's no general over control. So they spell your name wrong. They spell your address a little wrong. They're messing us up completely, which affects our score. But you don't have any rights because you weren't victimized. Now let's fast forward to J6. Do you know why they weren't assisted? Now, why some of those were arrested? I was a witness, but I didn't know who the heck was doing it. And even when I found them, they weren't arrested because guess what? This came straight from the FBI. They're not citizens. So there is a law from the beginning of Social Security numbers that a citizen using the Social Security number of another citizen goes to jail. Okay. But an illegal, there's no, and I said, we don't need laws in our country for illegals. Fraud is fraud. And they would not arrest them. And then when I got the 1998 law done with the help of a congressman in San Diego, we got that done in 98. We didn't have penal codes to arrest them till 91. 98 to 2001. So now from 98 to 2001, they grew to over 12 million a year coming in illegally. And those are the ones that reported crimes on those Social Security numbers. I didn't know, and I've been on so many multiple changes of ID, but I never knew to submit it to the Federal Trade Commission. So then I submit it to the Federal Trade Commission and then submit all of their data straight off of their website in the second law in 2004. It was signed on July 15. Supposed to be the home identity theft law. Guess what happened? It's the second identity theft law. What punch did it have? None. Have they even done anything as arresting any? They only arrest Americans who break that law about Social Security numbers. They have never arrested the illegals. They refuse to. Now fast forward to J6. Did you know that all of our military guys that were held and not even brought to hearing in the gulag? Do you know why that happened? They don't have any rights. Now, they fought for us in this country, but it's thought that they might set up a militia outside if they get outside. So we can't have these people doing an uprising against us because we wouldn't be able to handle it. So they arrest them because they weren't just a witness, they participated in the protest. Do you see any of these protesters getting arrested for any other reason out there in the world when they aren't even Americans? They're never being arrested. But our guys got arrested. Now, why did they not have victim rights? They were only a witness who participated. Do you know who the victims were? The residents of D.C., who were either at work or at home that day. They weren't out running trying to do something to help America get through this fraudulent election. But our guys who served in our military, who fought so we could have an election, they became the criminals because they were witnesses who participated. Because all of it was not true. And that's why they said, how could a misdemeanor be enhanced to be a felony to put him in prison?
Yep.
And I said, because they got to get him off the streets. They said, why? I said, all they're doing is arresting legal citizens. The ones who operate illegally, never against legal citizens, never get arrested. And there's a pattern of this.
And that's why we have two gentlemen here that have been, under this thumb of this corrupt state of Vermont. We have Kevin Hoyt's been kind of out of the picture here for a while. So
shit, that's Kevin Hoyt.
Yeah. Welcome back, Kevin.
Welcome back. Thanks for having me. And a couple of my heroes. I'm a big fan, Sheila. And Daniel, you're the man. I saw.
Thank you, brother.
Mike was having this. Thanks for standing up again, not just for yourself, but for every one of us. And Sheila, you laid the show out beautiful. You talked about the destruction of family nucleus, and again the corporation, and again the laws, the rules, the Constitution. I love them, but they only apply to us, the little guys, right? So I wanted to get involved with this because, again, I've been exiled from my home. I guess I'm here to defend Daniel. First of all, I want to talk about Daniel's story, but I think I owe
Thank you, sir.
Well, I owe my followers a little bit of an explanation too. I've disappeared, for about 7 months. I haven't podcast. I want to let everybody know that I never gave up. I'm still working. I found another way. I told my sheriff, in fact, I was going to turn into the U.S. Navy. And I was going to launch 5,000-pound rounds from 500 miles out. That's exactly what I've been doing. So there's a lot of things happening in Vermont State, but I want the people to understand how it was set up. And literally, Mike, we've talked about all this stuff. This isn't new stuff. It's going to be a recap. But how the people have nowhere to go. Literally nowhere to go except each other. So thanks for having me, by the way.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, definitely. So you did some videos and some we're going to go through your video here real quick. It basically outlines some of the problems out there. So this is another way that Sheila can get up to speed too.
These guys are not, telling the truth, and they're passing laws based on those lies, unconstitutional laws, to stop us, not just me.
Constantly cussing, constantly interrupting your meetings, standing up inebriated, stopping me from talking, stopping the chair from talking. Our select board shouldn't have to put up with that either, not just in Fairhaven, but across the state. When we allow this disruptive behavior to go unchecked, we're normalized.
What we're talking about are the disruptors on steroids, doing the podcasts.
You mentioned Kevin Hoyt. Is that the same Kevin Hoyt that does all the disruption in Bennington as well?
Same one. Anye he's been, and I'm talking about disruptors in the meeting. Somehow has a way to get the pictures from family snapshots, and we'll take and put something together. Mr. Hoyt spent all kinds of money to put packets together, registered mail, and have them all to everyone, the select board and Joe. Still no docket number to me, but it's just a way of just continually poking.
What we've received is, well, it's in public and we have a right to speak. But you don't, is what it boils down to.
Is there anything that says when you're having a public meeting that you have to open it up to the public?
Is the nature of what they're asking about, is it relevant to what the town is doing, or is it just?
In the case of the records request we're getting from Mr. Hoyt now, he's got this vendetta against a person we hired as a police officer that wants all personnel records and things he knows he can't have.
And it just amazes me that I Googled him.
So that's pretty much, where we're at right now, Sheila. So what do you think about that video where they were talking about they didn't have the right to speak? What do you think?
It's the same all across the country because you mentioned this right at the beginning of the show. All of these corporations are operating the same way as the federal corporation. And no one's ever talked about the local corporations because they didn't know they existed, because we aren't even invited to those meetings, because that was the National Municipality League set up by the great nephew of Napoleon Bonaparte, who came in and was the Secretary of the Navy. This is in the 1800s. And then became the Attorney General and set up the special agents that later became the Federal Bureau of Investigation instead of the Bureau of Investigation. And that's when Hoover was put in when he was like 26 years old as the director. And look at what happened with him. He kept files on who? American citizens. He didn't keep files on any of the illegals coming in. And so the change of the culture in 1820, it was the guy who ended up becoming President, Monroe. Monroe was in Congress and gave a report to Congress of tyranny. And he said, it's coming in so fast. If we don't stop this, everything that we came here to get away from is going to be on our shores. And that was in 1820. And then he became president in 26. They took out Jefferson and Adams. And in 31, they took out Monroe. And that's what I love about, we mentioned this in our last interview, Jaco, where President Trump is now using the term Don Roe doctrine. But all of this was set up against us. And when you have all of this going on, but yet look at us, how many of us get involved in who is on your school board? What's happening with their family? What do these people think? Because we don't know the people anymore. in our communities. And what they're saying here is, you as the public don't have a right to know what we're even doing in these meetings. What does that tell you? That tells you that they are not working for you. They all got to go. They all got to go. And the republic, to reestablish the republic, people keep wondering, what can I do? And that's why I keep saying we got to get united, because exactly what they did to Daniel, exactly what they're doing to Kevin, was exactly what all these guys did to me. And I whispered this in the last interview that we just did on Friday.
Yes.
Well, you know that Sheila, she's in an FBI issue. You know, I don't think I would do any communication with her. You're not calling her or anything, are you? You want to be sure not to be around her, because the FBI could come knocking on your door.
But Sheila,
and if they isolate us through other people's beliefs, what have we got?
Yep. Daniel.
Sheila, so I think it's really critical you understand something, a little bit of a backstory. That group that was authoring, they had the mic at that particular meeting. That's the town of Fairhaven, Vermont. Now, I don't know what the populace there of Fairhaven, Vermont, but I'm going to tell you something right now on this broadcast. The citizens and the taxpayers of Fairhaven, Vermont are morons, because you have a chief of police. I talked to law enforcement, from a bike cop to, a deputy to a chief commander. Okay. Then they have another cop, alleged cop, that's been arrested 4 times for DWI, 4 times, 1 time a burglary charge, and then a temporary order of protection and a permanent order of protection with a firearms relinquishment. Those are the officers that are officiating law enforcement duties. Chief Humphreys has a Brady letter. I just looked at their tally last month of their tickets. If any person has ever gotten a ticket from this Chief Humphreys, you just take the Brady letter to court. It's going to be a dismissal, because he has already been proven under the state attorney general's, umbrella, that he is not authentic and he is scandalous and unprofessional. So those are the people that want to muzzle people like Mr. Hoyt. Those are the people that want to shout out Bonnie. I've never been there. I've just, my film crew has put them on notice that, we're relinquishing the truth. We're advocating for change. And, they just want people to be able to be muzzled and stifled. So they do the bill like that.
Yeah, it's not, they're not accountable to our laws.
No.
Their own laws. And
right.
So they're not being held accountable. Kevin.
They named me about 10 times in that bill. That was S59. We nicknamed it the Stop Kevin Hoyt bill. Daniel, you were named in that too. Were you invited to that closed door meeting? Did you get a
I've never been invited to any of them that are about me. The paramilitary. Yeah.
Great big shout out to Joe Gunter, by the way, and Glenn Travers. That's the town manager and the chair for Fairhaven, where, again, Bill Humphreys, Wild Bill, is our police chief. But he's also, involved in constable and law enforcement over in Paulet, Vermont, Daniel's hometown. He's involved across state lines in Granville, New York. I mean, these guys are beyond evil. And that's just the law enforcement. We actually connected the 2 rings, I'm going to say, through the prosecutors. When you get into the prosecutors, it's even better. All the things that Daniel just said about, we got a cop that's not a cop, literally been impersonating an officer for over 2 decades, hired by a 2-time convicted police chief with a Brady letter. You can't make that up. For everybody, I watched all Daniel's other videos. There's a lot of comments. That can't happen. It's not that way. This guy's a liar. I'm going to tell you, I'm here to verify. It is that bad in Vermont, and it goes all the way to the very top. But the prosecutors involved, there's one, happens to be the Bennington town lawyer. That's Southern Vermont, my town. Her name's Meryl Beck. That's Daniel's prosecutor, right? At the same time, her husband is named Jared Bianchi. They always have last names that are different. So unless you're a local, you can't connect them, right? But Jared works for my prosecutor, my state's attorney. That's my, persecutor, I want to say. That's the guy that's after me. And the stuff that we have on those 2 alone. Dan, you want to get in? I want to talk about Jared. Or Michael, maybe you can. Did you know you could have a sealed autopsy? I didn't even know it was such a thing. Did you know that, Sheila? You probably
They
did,
do
right?
their rulings the way that they control things. And if we back up a minute, your sheriff is a constitutional officer. And that constitutional officer, if he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing, but that constitutional officer is above the FBI because they're not in the Constitution. They're a bureau that was added. And we have 405 departments that were added that have now given themselves authority over us. Okay. So all of this has to change. But if you back up to the local community, you just mentioned 2 names that you were proud of in that meeting for what they said. You need your whole community getting together with those 2 guys, because what they'll do, they'll go after those guys and either get them out or they will be off the planet.
That was the opposite. These were the guys that were wondering if we had to invite the public to a public meeting. Again, that was an actual Vermont House rep, but that was the town. And what happens is if you dare, for yourself or anybody else, they target you. They come at you with lawfare. And, that case, again, they said there's no docket number. I did spend a great deal of money. I just kicked their ass in family court. Somehow, again, a godsend, I got my daughter back. They took my daughter. If you run for office in Vermont, you can verify. And if you find their corruption,
every state.
It is every state. Hashtag RICO. Mike, we've been talking about this forever. Go ahead, Dan.
Sheila. The issue is rallying people, right? I have to be very careful because 1, I have a lot of respect for Kevin, okay, and 2, Kevin's a Vermonter. I'm the Flatlander that came here just to try to go into retirement, own some land and frolic and be left alone. But in the same token, I have millions of people that my advocacy is touching. And in those millions with an M, I have to remind people that here in Vermont, to get people to rally for change is like herding sheep. It's like, it's very, very difficult, even when you prove to them. I want to back up for a second that will really pontificate what I'm trying to advocate here, right? When Chief Humphreys was going for additional positioning, funding, or whatever, people in the community were kind of on the cuff. But then you had Daniel Bonnier that would go up to a woman and say, ma'am, do you have a daughter? And then she would say, yeah. So it's like, okay, you're going to vote for, let's just say, approval or appointment or whatever, right? We're in a hypothetical world right now. Something to benefit Chief Humphreys. Okay, you're going to vote yes for that. But then I said, hey, listen, can you let your 14, 16, 17-year-old daughter go in the police car with Chief Humphreys? And that very woman that voted yes said, absolutely not.
They're scared,
now,
Dan.
Have you lost your mind? You won't let your daughter go, but you'll vote for him. So you see what I'm saying? How do you get that person to rally for change?
Well, this is
what has happened is there's a control above the county, city, town, village locations. We're not realizing there's a control above. There's corporations over all of this. And and George Carlin said it. They're in a club and we're not in it. So you never go alone. You always get people going with you. And that's why they've kept us so separated. I had hundreds and hundreds of friends. I was buying dinner for all sorts of people because I owned a corporation. I was a good person. Everybody loved me until I took the judges for task because it was a hostile takeover of my corporation. Then all of a sudden, I don't even want to be seen with her. I don't want to be talking with her. I don't want to be. And so I already had all those friends, but this is back in the end of the 80s into the 90s. So I've been dealing with this for more than 35 years. So they still won't let me go because they've erased me from being an American in 2012 and again in 24. So I couldn't even renew my driver's license. I had to appeal to get my driver's license. But even after I did all of this, I fought all of this and went through, people actually said, well, the FBI helped you so much. I said, they didn't even list me in the case. So every court in the entire county filed cases against me every single month to wear me out. In 2012, when they erased me, you know what the one question was from the FBI agent over the entire office in San Diego? We just want to know, how are you coming through all this and not committing suicide?
Wow.
In 24, you know what they said? You should be fortunate. You're not important enough to remove. What does that take?
Right. Well, I know Jocko, he could chime in on this. It's a lot about how the military or government agencies break you down to build you up. But the issue here in Vermont, and no offense to Kevin or any other like-minded Vermonter, is that they break you down. They just refuse to allow you to build back up. And building back up is a voice or advocacy which they want to stifle, just like the bill Kevin's talking about. Just like
They,
now they're doing other things to farmers and small property owners.
Mhm.
it's
Well,
worse.
we're so separated. We're not connected. Did you know I had people looking up DAs, and even the DA of Harris County, the biggest county in Texas, Houston, Harris County, you can look it up. Did you know that the DA they elected had a suspended license? Wouldn't have been able to keep his practice going? Hadn't taken his education courses, done anything to remain as an attorney? Did you know that the attorney that approved a fight against a senator who came to the all-house meeting in Georgia? Did you know that that general counsel that was hired by the Speaker of the House in Georgia, he didn't have a license to practice law in Georgia? Pete, we aren't watching what's happening. They're getting away with stuff because here's how it started. You want to be a pastor in this town? You want to be an accountant in this town? You want to be an attorney or a judge in this town? You want to be the sheriff? You got to belong to the club. If you don't belong to the club, you don't get to do it. And if you belong to the club and you don't stay operating with the club, then we burn your buildings. Once we're done burning your buildings, if you still hang in and you don't want to cooperate with us, it gets worse. Because these guys took oaths in secret societies, and that's why all of a sudden, without a cloud in the sky, your granddaughter will be hit with a strike of lightning. It happens all across our country. None of this is different, and none of this is new. They took us over with centralized banks and a national bank that's against our Constitution by 1791, and put branches all the way from New York down to Savannah, Georgia. None of this is new that we're operating with, but we've got to, in our locales, unite together. That's why they destroyed the family, Kevin. When you mentioned about family and about your daughter, and you know why they do that? Because that way they can control you.
I was going to say, I
want your daughter back? You're going to cooperate?
I probably would have went to jail, Sheila, if it wasn't for my daughter. I'd still be there. I would have fought. When it was me, it was different. Now it's her.
Yeah.
It changed everything, right? But
yeah,
in a blessing in a way. And the problem is, even if that little tiny clip that Michael just shared about the select board meeting was so important, it ended with, "Oh, I just Googled him." Don't Google me. I tell people that when I meet them, right? They set you up for this. And again, that targeting. The docket numbers, I had 4 lawsuits against the towns of Paulette and Fairhaven. The basic would bankrupt them. I won them. I had them against the ropes. These guys could not answer my simple FOIA request. Who certified Concavino? Can I get a copy of the, polygraph and who signed off? And, the guy that actually signed that admitted it wasn't him. It happened in Fairhaven, which tells us it's Bill Humphreys. But then he had a heart attack and died. Like all these questions that we're asking. And there's a key word. Again, when you stand up, though, they target you. I just won in family court somehow. I was literally kicking their ass in civil court. They were in a lot of trouble. And then they come at me. My latest crime is I didn't even argue with anybody. But then I look at Daniel Banye. And again, normally, Kevin, would you guys know, I would have fought that. I think I could have beat that if it was just me. And look what they do with a simple misdemeanor from an environmental court. What the hell is an environmental court? An environmental court gave Daniel Banye a misdemeanor. The next thing you know, they're throwing his family off of his land that he bought. He had permits, he had all that stuff. They revoke this. The media gets involved. A key word you said, Sheila, was RICO. Hashtag RICO. Mike, how long we've been saying that, right? I want to run down, I think it's the same in every state. So if we want to just do a real quick recap, Mike, I want to try to show people how it works in Vermont State, at least with my town. I'll connect it to Daniel and right to the top, above politics, actually, because I think it's the same in every state. Is the slides when you were going through them, Mike, I think you had them backwards. You start at the other end, not the video, but the other end. I want to kind of tell this story. And when we get to the overlapping part, I'll tell everybody how it got set up 25 years ago in Bennington. And then when it expands to Daniel's neighborhood, we can talk about his players a little bit. If you guys don't mind, you mind me taking over the show as always? Been a while.
No. I just want to tell you where we where they did on me, they didn't include my name. So the U.S. Attorney's Office didn't know my name. Okay. They used all my documented evidence to do what they did because they only took down 3 of the 12 judges and 1 guy out of 7 law firms. Okay. That's what I accomplished. So I got a few out of the quicksand, but that's about it. And now their family members are now running the show. So what they did, they were compelled by law to transfer my FBI file to the U.S. attorneys. It's the same department. They're all under the Attorney General's office, the Department of Justice. They're all under that. They refused, the FBI refused. Federal grand jury sent him cease and desist to send the file. They refused. They called me, had me go to the FBI and ask for the file. They said they were going to mail it the next Tuesday. This went on for 5 years. And when finally the federal grand jury said, we're going to let you submit your own case to the federal grand jury. This is now 2016, from 91 to 2016. Okay. They let me file it. And the FOIA came in 14 months later beyond the time. They don't want to cooperate. They don't want to give you the information. But if we don't, this is what Flynn was after, the America Project. You've got to start at the low level because once they're in the village, once they're in these positions, they have a title. They just keep moving up through the chain in their secret societies. And we wonder, how are these people so corrupt in DC? They've been in the system the whole time, taking advantage of all of us.
Well, and again, the courts are key in this. The courts are key for everybody in law enforcement. Again,
did you know the judges aren't taking oaths either?
Yeah, I know.
Did you? I don't know if you were on when we talked about that. They're circling. So help me God. When you raise your hand for perjury, you don't have to say the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God anymore, because that's all gone. Did you know our judges aren't taking oaths either? Did you know none of the J6 judges took their oaths and they refused to cure?
They passed laws, and again here in Vermont, they don't have to have bonds. They don't have to take oaths anymore because we caught them. The system morphs when we catch them. That's what you're seeing, that S-59 stop Kevin Hoyt bill, the clip. That's so the next guy can't go to a select board meeting with a grievance. No, you can't. They just outlawed it, right?
Do you remember when Amy Coney Barrett was being interviewed for Supreme Court justice? What was the right she couldn't remember? Redress a grievance?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And in Daniel's case,
I talked about this with Jaco, I think just on Friday. Redress of grievance is what gave us Amendment 3 and 4. You can't keep putting British soldiers in our house. That's how long ago. This is how bad the court system is. You and I have the right to go to the People's Court, which is the Supreme Court. That was set up for us to have a voice. What did they make the Brunsons do? Go through all the layers to get to the Supreme Court. And that's what everybody believes they have to do. And you got to have these attorneys and you got to go through all these courts and then they won't approve it. So you have to go through the appeals and people get worn out. We can go right to the Supreme Court with that issue because we want redress of grievance. People don't understand what our powers are in this country. That's what's so sad. But we've got to get together. They have so divided us. We've got to get together.
You go broke trying, or you get taken out when you're targeted.
Lay that out and then go a little bit deeper again.
I think Daniel's problem again. He unfortunately moved in next to some human traffickers, and again to silence them, they thought of something, and it just happened to go with the gun laws. They used Daniel. You know, that's a whole nother law. S3 turned into Act 13. We can't have militias in Vermont anymore because that'd be constitutional. There's no difference between a paramilitia. I want to get into the story again.
That is constitutional. That's why they removed them. That's why they put the specific guys they did. The majority of people they put in the gulag were all high-level military guys from all the different services. So
in Vermont, you can no longer train anyone to use a firearm or make an explosive. They had to have a special wording when they put it in the press just to protect like hunter education. Teach, hunter safety. But per the wording, they could even get you for that. They got a new law, S-181 on the books right now. They don't want you to make a road. You can't build a road on your own land. I mean, it's getting so oppressive. And again, the courts are very, very key. So I want to get into how it formed in Bennington. This guy that you see on your screen is key. Dan knows who this guy is. This is a gentleman named Rob Wilmington. And Rob Wilmington is a high-powered attorney, one of the biggest in Vermont state. He used to be the town lawyer for Bennington, my hometown. You can go to the next slide here, Mike. You'll also see that he's also in charge of, or the vice president of Vermont Digger, very key in the destruction of Daniel Bonnier, again, to get these unconstitutional, illegal laws passed. The media is complicit. And again, Rob Wilmington, after he retired from the job of town lawyer, he went on to run Vermont Digger, which per Vermont Digger is the largest media outlet in Vermont. And then the town lawyer job he gave to his business partner, Merrill Bent, who's also up in Daniel, again, the persecutor for. Again, what happened, one more slide, Mike. What happened is he got together with all of his little local friends, like Gary Forrest, right? This is Sheriff Gary Forrest. He started the Vermont Sheriff's Association. Up until this point, we didn't have a way to fund our sheriffs. It was an issue. And now everybody gives Gary all this great because he created the Vermont Sheriff's Association. If you're a Vermonter, doesn't matter what of the 14 counties you live in, you have a sheriff. They're all a member of the Vermont Sheriff's Association. And this is where we get into these matching EINs. That's an illegal business front that's set up for embezzlement and money laundering. Mike, we've been over this a number of times. So Gary Forrest, the sheriff's law enforcement key if you're running drugs, money, weapons, children, whatever you're going to do. So law enforcement was a big part of it. You can go to the next slide if you want. This guy's named David Silver. David Silver, again, another high-powered attorney. If you look for the Samuel H. Blackmer Law Library in Bennington, it doesn't exist. So that caught my interest. We got looking. The headquarters for the Blackmer Law Library is his office on Main Street in Bennington. Do you think he knows he works for a library? Do you guys think he's paying taxes as a library? And of course not, right? And again, one more slide, Mike, because this is Jonathan Cohen. He represented my wife when I got a divorce. David Silver represented me, right? They both worked for the Samuel H. Blackmer Law Library. We had the water poisoning, the PFOAs in the water in Southern Vermont. Big deal. All that negotiation and settlement was done between Rob Wilmington and David Silver. They own both ends of the bench here. There's no beating it. So again, these are just a couple of the names. Another big one we've talked about a lot is Judge James Colvin, Mike, which was all these illegal EIN numbers. Judge Wes Mook, Judge James Colvin, all these people were part of that Samuel H. Blackmer Law Library. And here's some evidence for the people who don't believe. This here is, again, the matching EIN. You'll see the Vermont Gary Forrest, Vermont Sheriff's Association. It's got a matching EIN up there with the Mount Anthony Preservation. It can't, right? It's a unique individual federal identification number for your business. It can't match another business for any reason. It's like a fingerprint for your business, especially if it's a different tax base. Next slide, Mike. We'll show a couple more. Whoop. I don't know which one. Was that the sheriff? I thought there was a couple of slides with EINs. I had a couple with, again, I showed the courts, Bennington County diversion. Of course, the courts are involved. They got a matching EIN.
Well, all the courts are doing this. All of this is behind. Nobody realizes the money. They want you filing cases because they're making money every time you file a case. There's a whole structure, and it's all across our country. It's in all of our courts.
Right. Well, and again, I was deeply involved with the elections. Nobody can tell me we had fair elections because I did the audit, provided that evidence, right? Well, James Condos, this is the Vermont Secretary of State, or the guy that used to be the Secretary of State. Not only is he responsible for elections, but he's responsible for businesses. So of course James knew about the EINs. That's a picture of him and his Chinese CCP handler, Juan Ping. We've showed these pictures so many times, it's incredible. So another one, next slide, Mike, should be TJ Donovan. Sure, there's TJ Donovan with my very corrupt police chief, Paul Doucette. Again, Erica Marthridge, my prosecutor. They're all lined up. They're all together. But this is my, he used to be the Vermont Attorney General. This is the gentleman that passed that S3 to ban militias in Vermont, specifically to destroy Daniel Banya. Right? They used him in the situation there and wording in the media to put all this hype together and put these together. So this, you guys, do you think the governor knew about this? Come on, of course the governor. This goes all the way to the top, and I wanted to show that. We can go to the next one, which again is where we kind of come into Daniel's story. This is Police Chief Wild Bill Humphreys we talked about. He's a police chief in Fairhaven. Used to be the constable in Paulet. He works in Granville, New York, also as an officer. This is a bad guy, and his right-hand man, if you go to the next slide, is Thomas Cavino. This is a cop that's not a cop. Talked about this. I love that picture of him. You can tell by the stature. It's just, that's Tom Cavino, right? One more slide, Mike, and we'll show you the mug shot. It didn't come up. Here's his training record. If you look down at the very bottom, you'll see his fake career in law enforcement started in 2000 as a Bennington County sheriff. That would be under Gary Forrest. Again, when we talked about setting up that association, Gary was setting up his crew. You needed people like Bill and Tom to do the dirty work. This was the muscle, the dogs to send in, right, if you dare stand. Again, he started as a full-blown sheriff in 2001, all right, 2002. He wasn't certified to arrest anybody until 2022. He didn't even take a psych evaluation until 2012, a full decade after he was a sheriff. Again, impossible, right? These records all disappear. We've been back trying to find this stuff. They're gone. Sorry, Kevin, because we alerted people to them. And what happens is you get targeted for them. So again, this is law enforcement. You can keep going, Mike. Because again, this is Meryl Batt. She took over for Rob Wilmington as the town lawyer in Bennington. This is also the woman that's prosecuting Daniel Banya. I think, Daniel, is she the lawyer for Paulette? She used to be, or how was that?
No, she still is the lawyer. She has and will probably continue to champion the case against me. She took the place of another reputable, honest lawyer that refused to go after me because he knew that they would be constitutional violations. But I want to chime in here something.
Sure.
Meryl Ben is not really a hero. She's not a scholar. She's not this, amazing academic prosecutor. She is working with preferential treatment. Her husband can push buttons and move mountains for her. Her friends and judges like Judge Durkin, calling him on a Sunday morning at 8:30 a.m., having a conversation to get my family and friends and farmhands removed from my property, ex parte communication. This is not honest lawyering, right? This is not two reputable lawyers going in and going to a hopefully a non-biased neutral judge and litigating a case. This is a narcissist, like when our private investigators went to her university to get professors would say that she was a crybaby, she was a narcissist. These the people that retain her, the towns and cities, and or as her reputation is getting very cloudy here in the state of Vermont because people are asking hard questions. How did you trim the fat off freedom of speech? How did you trim the fat off of Second Amendment rights? It's just people are starting to inquire, and inquiring minds will hopefully have accountability where this woman and her family are held accountable.
Yeah.
Well,
again,
there's
her
two
husband,
things. One
ahead.
is what God revealed to me, said, because everybody was coming against me, and when they come against you, it puts us in a mode of having to defend something that isn't proper or right anyway. So what Father said, just very gently, he said, counterclaim. So I went back to the law library and I started filing cases against them. I started filing liens against their properties because they were filing liens against mine. I just started filing all these things and I was all alone. There wasn't anybody wanting to get alongside me because I've never been free of whatever's going on with the FBI. And so as I filed all of these cases, that's one thing. The other thing they did that I want to explain, you mentioned about the militia. The reason why they don't want us operating as the true militia in America is because the militia's one main responsibility, protect the borders. And when the border issue is so severe as it was in Texas, Arizona, California for the past decades, then it's a several states militia. So I wrote an article called Remember the Alamo, How to Secure Our Borders. So when I did that, Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers, that I think has been on with you, Mike, he became appointed over the National Guard. Do you know why they name it the National Guard? Because it's a division of the Army, which is part of the military industrial complex. So he kept saying he was going to do something. And I was writing this article at the same time, and I wanted to quote from him. And when I explained to him that they did this on purpose so the militia wouldn't be available to help us straighten these things out and not allow these people in, because once they come in one border, they go through all the other borders. And that's why at the Alamo, there were people from Tennessee and Kentucky and et cetera. And they can't, the powers that be in our communities can't let that happen. So then Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers found out that he couldn't make a dent in being over the National Guard of Texas. So he went over to the Texas Rangers, because the Texas Rangers are higher level than the U.S. Marshals, just like the sheriff is higher than the FBI. So he goes over, he's in charge of the Texas Rangers. Do you know what Governor Abbott did? It's now the Texas State Guard. That's, guess what? It's another guard. Army Guard. Do you see what I mean? Yeah. So what they do is they just keep changing things. And so I don't want you guys, I want to give you as much encouragement that it's not just in Vermont. It's not just in Maine. It's not just in Texas. I mean, nobody would have figured there's 2 mosques they're building every month in Texas. And people are like, what do you mean? We've had 3 cases of Sharia law in 3 different courts of Sharia law, and we're not supposed to have Sharia law. Do you know what they're saying? We've had 3 successful cases go through, so now you can't stop us? Excuse me. You can't have Sharia law in the United States.
Well, this was my problem.
I want to interject here just for a second. I hope I'm saying the town right, Kevin. Sunderland, right? Sunder. Okay. That's where Meryl and Gerald Bianchi live. They have a small house there. Now, they go and set up these shell companies and these trusts. And, I had lawyers and private investigators that cost thousands of dollars. But let's say, like you said, put a lien on them. Do you know the average Vermonter doesn't have the zeal? They don't have the financial, it's not economically feasible, and they don't have the desire to keep digging like my private investigators and lawyers did. We found where they live based on, investigation, because they hide, they cover things up. They leave so much ambiguity behind that, let's say a Kevin or you or someone in Bennington had some grievance that could get monetized or have some type of monetary compensation behind placing a lien or some other type of financial structured sanction. You wouldn't be able to find them. Because maybe after a couple $100, a couple $1,000, or not real hard-working, driven private investigators, found them. What do you do then?
I did all my own research. I didn't have any money. They drew me out in court for so long that I didn't have any money. And they took everything from me, multiples, before they even went to court, all hostile takeover. Then at the end of court, they wanted 2.5 times the amount of the SBA loan on top of that. They already had my accounts receivable. They had my equipment. They had everything. I had nothing. So I had to do all my own research. I had to do all my own filings. And you know what I did? I found out, use the same thing they did against you, because they'll put a Liz pendants against, which clouds a title, which they can't do anything until they free up you. But see, here again, we don't have the power and strength with us because we don't have we the people fighting with us anymore.
No, I'm 100% about it.
They program people and set them up. And that's what we don't have. And so people keep wondering, how can you be so strong? I said, who else could beat me up? I've already been beat up by everybody.
The people are fearful. We need to educate them so they can get out of their fear and start to get active with us. Yeah.
Well, exactly, Michael. And doing that, Michael, is holding them accountable at the source, right? Like I don't know Mr. Bianchi's family, on the side of his, no one knows how she died. But let's just say, hypothetically, one of those members, a grandparent, that beautiful woman's sister or brother, whoever, wanted to go after Bianchi and they can't find him. It's that component of, people say I'm clandestine. You're buying a house in a community, putting in a shell company, switching that to a trust. You're making it almost impossible, not impossible, but almost impossible for a person that has limited financial resources, limited, technical legal skills, etc. So what she's saying is true, but how do we get we the people to that level of saying, okay, listen, we need to put a sanction on them. We need to find out where they live, or we need to put a sanction on them. We need to find out, their legal residence. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I got it. There's a document I just put in the present, Michael.
Okay.
We're trying to deal everything that you've gone over today. I'm going to just summarize because I know we've been on almost the whole hour already. I'm going to summarize some of this. We've been focused on names of people, individual people with their titles and their powers and everything else. They're not the ones that are important. It's just like people sitting back, and every time I do an interview, they go, well, Sheila, you said this, but what do you think Trump's doing about this? If you keep focusing on what Trump is doing, you will never clean up your community, because they're doing the things. He's giving us freedom. I'm able to say more things now than I've been able to say since 1991, guys. And I'm so proud of where he's taking us and what he's revealing, because we've never had these freedoms. We've never been independent. He just is getting us away from England. We've been under the crown of England the whole time. In fact, the titling, I just went over this in our interview, I think Friday, Michael, is that the titling for kings and queens in England, they were the king of the Western Hemisphere. Okay. His Excellency or Her Excellency, President of the United States. We didn't even know. So I just brought up the military accountability letter that was sent out at 4 a.m, just like when our guys took down the Georgia Guidestones at 4 a.m. We have obliterated their structure. And this led to Quantico. And if you get a chance, go back and check out the interview that we did on Quantico on September 28th. Michael and I are the only ones that put this out about the summons, about the king of the Western Hemisphere and His Excellency, because all of our bases globally are all through the setup of the British Commonwealth. We have been sending our guys over there so that there's nobody here to do a militia. They come back and they've been protecting borders all over the world, and they aren't here for us. But down toward the bottom of this letter, and this whole letter is so profound, but right down toward the bottom, the next to the last line, guys, is so key, because this is who we have to connect with, is our military guys. Why is that? Because our military guys know how to fight this. They've just been sent all over the world. And that's why President Trump did the Quantico meeting. But the next to the last line, you'll see it starts out in bold. We will fight to enforce that law. We will enforce that law and put an end to the two-tiered justice system. May future generations see our efforts, and God willing, may they also be recipients of the great gift of liberty that we have the honor of safeguarding. We haven't had liberty. We haven't had freedom. This tyranny has been from the very beginning on purpose. The takeover of our nation has been on purpose. So what we're witnessing, and I know it's painful in our local towns and counties and states, it's painful to realize where we're at right now. But here's the gift of it. No other generation has realized exactly what's going on. It's always been done in secret. You think back, how many times have you known the names of all these people? And until you call on the sheriff, you don't know if he's a legitimate sheriff. But if they're all under the National Municipality League and all they did was change one word, and it's in all of our communities across America, to National Civic League in 1986, they're the ones that position all of the candidates. They're the ones that have a merit-based system to select who gets to be in these positions. Why? They're all in the top secret societies, and you had to be in it in order to contain your business. Why do you suppose there were so many chicken ranches burned all at one time? They weren't going to take
weaponized food.
And so they made all the money, got involved, their businesses were doing very well, and then all of a sudden, you're not going to cooperate, you're not going to taint, you're done. And we didn't go stand with them. Kansas, it was such a hot time that all of these big, huge steers were all laying on their sides, all the same morning, all in rows. Excuse me? How does that happen? We haven't been watching how they've been treated. So until we come together, until we unify together, but to me, it's going to take the military movement on this. And these guys did this letter purposely, served them at 4 a.m. on purpose on 1/1/24. Do you think it's a coincidence that in 1 year and 9 months to the day they were called to Quantico? If you look at the paragraph where it starts with General Milley, it's all of these top guys and then going on the control that you see in the military, the control you see in the courts, the control you see over the corporations, the control you see in medical, it's all the same. They're all in the club and we're not. So we can name names, we can name attorneys. God has blessed me with repenting of all of it, anything I had to do with it. I can't even remember their names anymore. One was named Adam, so I can remember that. But that's the only, I don't remember any of the other names because I've moved on. They have not moved on. But the only way I can get through this and the only way I was able to file all these things is that Father helped me in the law library do all of it myself. I haven't had an attorney involved in any of my stuff all of these years. And it's been phenomenal ever since I started filing counterclaims.
I always said I don't need a lawyer to lose in court, but the problem is I went in knowing that you can't win. And Daniel Bonnier is a perfect example. Michael, when we went through J6 with Cindy Young, they decide what witnesses, what evidence. They decide, again, I was told I can't use the First Amendment as a defense in court. And when you catch them, I caught them, I was winning. I had them on the ropes, right? Again, simple FOIA request that they could not answer. Then they target you or they take your child.
For decades, why do you suppose attorneys have been saying we have a 50-50 chance of winning your case?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter who the attorney is, because that attorney is beholden to what that judge needs to do based upon the law firm that's come against you. See what I mean? The deals are made ahead of time. That's what I got them on. I got them all the legal charges. They made the deals on, I'll give you a $10 million settlement on this.
I know.
You know, if you give me a new Jaguar, and if you only give me a Cadillac Escalade, you get $7.5 million. Do you know what I mean?
This is the 1776 thing all over again. You're exactly right. Again,
it's not a civil war.
Celebrating and watching, the redcoats leave. We should have been looking who was getting off the boats. It was the Esquires, and if you look up again the history of that word, it's the King's militia.
Yeah.
That's who's running our country. And I hate to tell people, Sheila, I've done everything that you did. I ran for office and filed lawsuits and started networks. And the problem is you end up at a point where, at least for me, they sold my daughter. That was a big deal. When it was me, again, it was okay. I would have hung in with you guys forever, but I had to find a different way to play because they don't play fair. I've quoted the law of war. This Capital Kevin Michael Hoyt. That's not me. You got the wrong guy.
Well, is there any way to get together with the military people in your community? Because the National Guard is still heavily influenced.
I want to say again, I just spent the last 7 months bonding with my daughter, traveling the country. I had the best bow season of my life. I shot trophy bucks in South Carolina, Quantico, you just mentioned that, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana. Did you guys know there's a Navy base in Indiana? I can't tell you guys what I've been doing, but I've been doing stuff. And I'm telling you that, things are happening. Just we can't talk about it. We still need the people. And I don't know what this, I have a problem because I wanted to lead by example. I've done that my whole life. Daniel, too. He stands up for the little guys, a warrior, right? To the point, who wants to be Daniel?
Right,
Anybody
exactly. That's
anybody wants liberty. Gone.
Right.
That's
And it's something that, Sheila, you're saying is that I've collaborated with some of the upper echelons of military in this state. Lieutenants, colonels, some really prominent JAG, and they have inadvertently turned to be an anti-gun person. I mean, Mr. John Davis, one of the Ku Klux Klan members, an alleged Vietnam vet right on my own road, very anti-gun, muttering things like guns should have never been invented, guns shouldn't be around. So when you look at the composition of their ideological logic, they're disconnected, right? I had a very prominent conversation with a very reputable, retired Lieutenant Colonel Jag, and he just said, "Listen, Daniel, I'm anti-gun. Now, I can't get behind anything. I don't care what component of the Constitution needs to be protected. If it has anything to do with a firearm, I'm out." So how do you muster those people? It's not like when Michael was back in Buds and some key words or some key threats or some key motivational components made him move his ass, all due respect, sir, to the higher level. You can't get these wet paper bags here to get moving. And I've had a plethora of them in my purview. And if they don't believe in the Second Amendment, they're not going to believe in either the preservation or the restoration of the Constitution of the United States of America. You have to
do you know who
understand that.
founded the KKK?
No,
Did
I
you
do
know
not personally.
It was the same Albert Pike that came down from Boston. He lived 17 miles away from Justice Rathbone that started the Knights of Pythias and all the orders of knighthood. And the two of them lived 17 miles apart in Boston. And Albert Pike, over 300 pounds, over 6 foot tall, came down, and Jefferson Davis made him a brigadier general in the Confederate Army. And he was out scalping Native American Indians. That's what he was doing.
Right.
So he was going to be arrested. He sent his resignation in, and because he sent it in, Jefferson Davis didn't have a place to put him. They didn't, so they just let him go. So then what did he do? He started all of these Masonic orders, Shriners, Scottish Rite temples for worship, the Blue Rite, the Blue Lodge, the York Rite. He started all this stuff. What else did he do? He created the KKK. They said they created all this crap. It was all in Europe. They decided to bring it all here. The KKK was set up just like all of these societies. So when they tell you they're in the KKK, I'd believe them. Their ideology is never going to match with you. They're not a fighter for this country.
I just want to say, this was one of the problems that when I heard my governor call all Vermonters irredeemably racist, I was really, really offended by that. Because that's not the Vermont I grew up with, or I know, or would accept, or it just wasn't me. And then I hear Daniel's story. He's talking about the KKK in Vermont. Again, there's a certain, it's Vermont, man. No way.
Listen.
Daniel, I was like,
it's everywhere.
I
They
have
move them
profound
everywhere.
respect for you in that situation, and I know you and I have had some conversations about that, and I lack the same.
It's not the Vermonters. Was my point.
Right. And I got to be careful with that.
It's the rich white people in charge.
But back to what Sheila is saying is that we have to look. It does, like I'm telling people now, and perhaps it would behoove you to adopt this. I'm telling people now, forget about my character, forget about the image. Okay, let's focus on the cause. But I want to touch base on something Sheila just said. If I can't make it more logical, right, more understandable for someone that maybe doesn't even have a GED, follow me this. If you're a mechanic turning wrenches for 24 years, okay, I'm modeling a military personnel that I know currently that's anti-gun, been behind a gun for 24 years, okay? If you're a mechanic, right, small mechanic, engine mechanic, whatever, you're turning wrenches for 24 years, quit, retire, whatever, boom, then become prejudiced or biased to a crescent wrench, an adjustable wrench, et cetera, et cetera. Where the fuck is the logic in how now you're going to say we can't fix an engine anymore? Like, do you understand where I'm coming from? This is the radical, tyrannical ideology. You don't just have to focus on me with the Second Amendment. There are people in this state that mirror a radical ideological view on something that's non-logical. It's non-logical, right? So when we say muster, now, if that guy has some beef in the community, and I don't want to take up too much time, and then he says, hey, listen, I need 2,500 mechanics to come and say wrenches are safe, wrenches are good, wrenches are quintessential to success of repairing stuff, they're not going to come. That's the idiotic. That's how idiotic the situation is. It's
Well, this
complete
is
insanity.
Well,
I
that's
wanna-
why the focus is not the focus is not that. The focus is we've got nothing to pass on to the future generations. And it becomes tougher for people the deeper we're into this. I think you would say the same thing, Mike. I'm not trying to say what you would say, but I'm finding even podcasters are flipping over to speak against Trump right now because now he's over, and I mean this isn't what I voted for, and I don't want a president who does that. Well, who you going to put in there? You know what I mean? So everybody is shifting right now, but you know what it is? There is a line being drawn, and it's not about what somebody's belief system is coming into the conversation. What my job is, and I don't know how you guys feel about it, my job is I don't care where I'm speaking, I'm going to be changing lives. I'm going to be waking people up. I'm going to be making sure they understand we have been asleep for a long time, and it's not about asleep awake. I'm tired of people saying, Sheila, it's a movie. And they just put it out 4 more times with 4 different voices again this weekend. It is a movie. All this has already been done. You're seeing it. It's already taken care of. Bullshit. It's not. I'm going to get rid of a lot of problems.
Here's
just
the thing.
doing the BS word full out. But anyway,
it's okay.
Where
Listen,
we're at,
listen. It's really interesting because listen, everything you're saying makes total sense. The 4 of us are all in the same intellectual bracket, right? Comprehensively, spiritually, realism, etc. But we have to go back to something that, while you're speaking not necessarily in a complex narrative, how do we address the people that have no logic? Right? I'm going all the way back, right? I'm gonna
but why are you trying to
re-reference
focus on them? I don't know if
Well-
you've heard me say this, but God told me this a long time ago, because I've been at this for 35 years. I hate to say how many years and how many years before that when I was in school.
Right.
So if you guys start adding it up, so I'm just not going to go there. So what God told me was, if it's going to take 1,000 people to turn a life to me, you could be number 575. You could even be number
for sure.
999, and you're not going
Right.
to witness it. So Sheila, why are you hanging out with people that don't want to get it? Why don't you walk away from them and give them space to try and figure it out themselves? I'm like, well, why would I do that? I want to accomplish something. That's how I am. And I want to, I don't want to lose anybody, nobody left behind.
Right.
And he reminded me again, even if you're 999, you may not witness that they change.
I'm all about it. Listen,
but where you are, Daniel, they may never change.
Right.
It may be on their deathbed or never. And at this point, if they can see all this horrific stuff happening to families and happening to children, that's the biggest thing for me. I've been called by mama bears and their people to help a mama bear. I'll give you an example. In Texas, and she runs a mama bear organization. Her 5 and 7-year-old, she was going to go take them to lunch. It's a Friday. She goes to take them to lunch, and her 7-year-old can't be found. And then she goes to the office about the 5-year-old. The 5-year-old's in the nurse's office talking to a CPS agent. Because the 5-year-old said that daddy hit mommy or daddy hit me or somebody got hit on Wednesday night. This is Friday. New principal, new nurse, new administrator, new teacher at the school. Okay? They don't know this family. And so I spend all that Friday getting her interviews on Glenn Beck, back when Stu Peters, this is back a while now, a couple years. And so I get all of this done. And you know what she said? I don't want to cause an issue in my community. I said, they're taking your 5 and 7-year-old and they're going to come and inspect your house on Tuesday. And I'm fighting this because this is your crisis and you don't want to ruffle any feathers. I said, you got to go meet with your sheriff. She goes and meets with the sheriff and he doesn't want to ruffle feathers. He wants to bring peace back to everybody. So she decides to back off completely. I said, then please don't call yourself a mama bear. Please don't say that you're doing a mama bear structure. Because when it comes down to it, they just want the titles. They want the donations. I've seen this all across our country. You don't know. My dad told me this. He said, there's people jumping in the foxhole with you. And I got to warn you, darling, you're trusting too many people because you're not going to know who's got your back until the shooting starts. And you're real close to the shooting starting.
Sheila, I want to interject real quick. You said, I love how we're very, there's a lot of proficiency with verbiage here. You said change. I'm not about advocating the change on this particular podcast. I'm really perseverating on something you said about rallying the troops or rallying the people. And, you know, in that change, here's a perfect example, right? I'm never going to be gay. Okay, I'm heterosexual, but I will go and rally with the LGBTQ community if they want to go to the woodworking class, or they want to go to the farmer's market, or they want to come to my shooting range. I'm not going to change to be gay, but I'll advocate for their rights because I believe in their rights. What I was really trying to authenticate is something Michael will know, and I've lived by. You know, we have a saying, look, I really look forward to seeing you out there, but if I don't see you out there, I better never see you again. That's the problem that we're seeing societal. That's the problem I'm seeing here in Vermont, that the folks are not wanting to do the advocacy. The advocacy will morph into, hey, I'm going to stay this way or I'm going to stay that way. It's not Daniel Stephen Barney asking you or telling you to change. I'm saying get out there and advocate. Does that make sense?
It does, but you can't give up on your community. You cannot give up on your community.
So you have to keep moving, and all of you guys are doing it. I did this a lot of times throughout my career. I had people come in and say, "You can't do this." I would go out and do it somewhere else until everybody saw what I was doing. It's like, dang, that's good. That's what I did with the hand program. That's what I did with the climbing course. So when I got into the CIA, I started doing things in the CIA that had never been done before, and that's what we all have to do now. Daniel, you're trying to work with a system that is completely corrupt. You're not gonna do anything. It's corrupt. Just like Sheila's talking about, just like Kevin's talking about, it's corrupt. We're exposing it. That's what we're supposed to do. But now we have to find the people. And you've tried, Daniel, by going to National Guard. Nope, they won't. All right. So maybe we have to, go outside of that. You just keep going outside. You just do grassroots.
For sure.
Grassroots until you get enough people that are going to make a difference. This is the only way we win. This is the only way. And I don't know if we have to stand up our own, National Guard or what the heck we have to do, but we're going to win, and we're going to keep going until we find the people that are going to do it.
Well, in our National Guard, we have the woke people. That's what that military accountability letter was. Those of you who've been operating against our Constitution, you got to go, and you're not going to have a retirement. We're going to start with court martials, going into tribunals. You'll love that letter. And if you can get, I don't know how to get a hold of them, but if you can get the letter to them, that letter is profound. And they worked on that for 1 year and 9 months to get everything ready. Because after those 3 lines of all those flag officers, they said, and many more, or anyway, the terms, whatever they said, there's a whole bunch more of you. We're working on this. And that's what that whole meeting was in Quantico. And a lot of those guys aren't flag officers anymore. And a lot of those guys aren't going to have a retirement. Do you see what I mean? But your National Guard guys were in the military when all that was allowed. You see the difference? So that's been what Pete Hegseth has come in to do. And that's why it had to change. And people are mad. In fact, I don't know if you've heard Congress, well, it's going to cost too much money to change it from Department of Defense to Department of War. Why don't we just keep it as Department of Defense? Because we're not going to go defend the world. We've got Department of War that our nation started on, and that Department of War is going to protect Americans. It's going to protect the Western Hemisphere. We're going to take good care of our neighbors. They're not with the program yet, but we are. And that's what's going to start changing America, because we've been programmed to go take care of everybody else's problems, somebody else's situations. Why? We've been programmed.
Well,
we got to come out of it.
That Second Amendment, and I think, and again, it's so much more than our borders, because the enemy's already here. They're living with us every single day. So it's about, when you guys find out what they've been doing to your children, you're going to want to shoot someone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry to tell people, we're not going to vote our way out of this. No. All my Republican friends in Vermont, you can't. Again, I did the audit, right? It's time to get rope. It's time to start building gallows. And when you see someone like Daniel Barney, it's time to stand behind them. Don't wait until they come for you.
Yep.
Right?
That's what they said in Germany.
Right.
They were taking the neighbors, and then they took some of my family members, and then they came for me, and nobody was left to help me.
That's exactly right. So I don't know what the I don't know the answers. I don't know what's coming. I believe in the military. I know there's a bad military industrial complex. There's a good Fed.
They're cleaning it up.
They're cleaning it up. Well, the Vermonters out there, again, we're talking about people that are scared, and I understand. I can relate. I understand. My liberty has been completely taken. Daniel, too, he'll tell you, I've been scared, Daniel, but it's time. It's time to stand up or we're all in trouble, man. And I think if you focus on little things, that Jared Bianche, the guy that was after me, and Erica Marfridge, my prosecutor, they got caught photoshopping evidence, right? If you photoshopped evidence and submitted it for court, what would happen? This guy, right? Again, his wife mysteriously died in her late 30s. What happened? I don't know. She just died. It's the largest scandal in the world. This again, Erica Martridge is one of them.
Million? How many million?
What happened if you defrauded the federal government and lied on your? This is simple. Let's go get them for PPP loans. All of the lawyers that we just mentioned, a lot of the people that I started, when I told you the how when it was built way back when, a lot of those people are already gone. TJ Donovan, the highest up the food chain in law enforcement, right? He has eye on that governor's seat.
You
took to work for Roadrunner video game. I'm not buying that, right?
Did you get a chance to see what happened today?
What?
Robert Swan Mueller.
Right.
And 17 days before, I don't know if we can show that, Michael. I sent it to you and Tracy. It was on 322. 322 is Genesis 322 for the Georgia Guidestones. When God said, now, lest they stretch out their hand, now they know good from evil. And they'll say, stretch out near the tree of life and live forever. And they were so ashamed they left the garden. And so Satan has it that, because he was in the garden before God formed Adam, that this is our land and you guys are cursed on this land, so you don't belong here. So that's how the whole root is to this. So on 322 of 2019, it was the 39th anniversary of the Georgia Guidestones. And the host didn't even know. And we were out there and we were just packing up all the camera equipment and loading it back up. And on the radio at 330 or 332, 322 on the radio, here's the announcement. Mueller came out with the Russian hoax issue with President Trump to put him toward impeachment, right? On 322. It's really funny today on 322, but it was announced exactly 17 days before with a black swan, and his middle name is Swan, and nobody knew his middle name was Swan until today.
Wow.
Well,
there are things we're not aware of. There are things to be happy about that just aren't public, but things are being taken care of.
That's the hard part, isn't it, though, to tell people everything you see on television is not real.
Because the enemy's everywhere. The enemy is everywhere.
Well, I think it's the good guys now that, again, are using fear, unfortunately, to sway the masses. That news is not for us. But at the same time, I have faith that all these people are here and there's a bigger alliance that's working on this. But I'm not going to chance it. I'm going to do everything that I can. I'd be there doing it in Vermont if I thought I could and survive, but I don't think I can. I think they'll take my daughter. I think there'll be a whole bunch of things going on. If I was around, I
can give you some really good positives. I'll just give you one. I could give you a whole long list because we get a lot of positive comments.
We're winning.
The Air Force guys in the Netherlands have been writing to me and sharing things with me and et cetera. And they're really pumping up about President Trump and everything else. They wrote to me this morning, and guess what? I'm trending #1 in Netherlands because of these Air Force guys mentioning this is how they're taking care of it over there. This is what we have to do here. So I can honestly tell you there's been a shift. I can honestly tell you people are coming out of programming. I can honestly tell you that I've noticed a huge difference, haven't you, in the comments, Michael, from what we're saying to people. And they go, I'm so glad now I can connect the dots. So all this hell I went through, my dad told me in his last breath to me just a few days before he died back in 2011, he said, you think all that horrible, horrible stuff that happened to you think is never, ever, ever going to matter. But soon, very soon, you're going to realize just how much it mattered. And I'm like, all this hell they put me through, how's it going to matter to somebody in the general population? Do you know what I mean? I had no idea I was going to end up in 2 years. I ended up in Georgia, now been here a dozen years. And in the first 10 years came out with 19 books.
Yeah.
None of this was planned. None of this was planned, but God has given me all the hell I've been through to reveal this is what they're doing to us. This is how they're doing it to us. And we can't let them do it anymore because it's all in my new book. It's how they took us over before we were self-governing. Did you know those high nobles and the Knights of Pythias were running all these territorial governorships before there were even states? And then that's why the majority of states don't have a ratified constitution. And that's why number 13 is avoid all loyalty oaths. Don't take loyalty to America. And that's why 80% of of our entire
Made a
Congress
mistake.
is dual citizen. I mean,
Yeah.
none of this is a mistake, but nobody realized it till us. Can you imagine how powerful this is for us? We can now be that voice to turn this whole thing around because now we've got the game figured out.
Well, and we are that voice, and what we've done is amazing, Sheila. That's a great point. Michael, we've talked about, again, all the different policies and free energy and water. We have solutions to clean our water, lakes, rivers, and oceans. We've got a lot of we've done it, everybody, but it's not over. It's a really, very important part. I still think it takes the American people. I've always said I believe in them, but I can't count on any help from the man or the media. All we have is each other. But
that's our goal.
We've been, we're going to be okay.
Yeah.
But that includes you. That's everybody, right, Mike? How many times do we say it? What are we waiting for?
Absolutely.
You.
Now, Trump said on Mueller, he said, "Good, he can no longer hurt innocent people like we're seeing with you guys, all of you, myself included. I got my story as well. But now, why would he say something like that? Do you know that they have no cause of death yet for Mueller or the location of his death? Where was he when he died? That's my inquiry.
How did they know exactly 17 days ago? Not 16, not 18, exactly 17 days ago on March 4. I don't know if we can bring up that picture of the black swan. Do you want me to
I wish I could tell you guys more of what I've been doing.
And Daniel, I have a question for Daniel. Daniel, so they hit you at the township level, and you basically, came back at them. Legal, you can't do that. And they're like, well, we can. And then you took it higher. And then you I don't know, maybe the district level, whatever, the county district. And now it's in the Supreme Court of Vermont. How is that going?
Well, we have a case in federal court. We have a case in Supreme Court. I mean, listen, I'm just going to be honest. It's probably not going to go well for me. What I can tell you is this: in the last probably 30 days, I've been nationally featured in the millions throughout the country. I just did a really powerful podcast with a guy that was just one state over in Connecticut. The data's coming back. It's an overwhelming amount of Vermonters that are chiming in. A lot of them are preaching hate. A lot of them are also saying, wait a minute, I didn't know these facts. And, I understand people. People are inadvertently weak. They don't want to do research. They don't want to be led to the truth. They just want to see what's convenient. What did CNN tell me? What did, VT Digger tell me? What did WCX tell me? And, what they fail to realize is that these organizations are master manipulators, right? They're going to feed you the information that is swayed in a biased way or that agitates a narrative that they want. Kevin talked about the gentleman, they didn't talk about that the murderer was the stepson of the police chief. They didn't say the stepson anally, orally, like they just say, oh, Paulette select board member perishes by troubled youth.
The timeline,
right? They don't
the state police.
Right. Right. They, police coming, way from another state. Like, they don't, because then what would happen is acquiring minds would want to know. Acquiring minds, listen, if you do that type of heinous crime, your brothers and sisters, that's hate. Like there is an underlying issue. Same thing like prior to this Nancy Marleno, this zoning administrator that's been the bane of my existence. Prior to her, 2 previous zoning administrators mysteriously died. They never talk about that. They share the narrative that works for them. They share the narrative like against Kevin, against others. They paint these pictures to make people be in a zone of hate, prejudice, bias, deceitfulness, and then when the truth comes down, they're, oh no, right? That's not the truth. I've scored in the 95 to 98 percentile with the fact finders of the podcasts I've been doing. They're legal teams, they're fact checkers. Hey, listen, do you think they're going to go and solicit some information that's erroneous? No, it's their reputation too. But then you got a shitbag out there, like someone just put recently, oh, Daniel's shooting range was 1,500 feet near a public school. Like, how do you make this stuff up? But that's what the people want to believe. That's what they run with. So, the answer to your question, Michael, is this: I I'm running out of faith. I'm trying to, through the general public, the kind words of people, opportunities like this, but it is very difficult to muster energy and to rally people because I have never been around such woke, weak-minded people that inadvertently have a tyrannical, soul. They just
Yeah.
I can't say it's always Bernie Sanders' fault. I can't say it's always Phil Scott's fault. I can't say it, but people are not coming out in being strong. Here's the point. I just spoke to two Southern Vermonters this morning for a couple hours. They came up. One guy was from Bennington, the other guy was from Shaftesbury. I never even heard of Shaftesbury, Vermont. But they came up and they're like, Daniel, Mr. Hewlett, the gentleman that we talked about in the beginning, he a couple of months ago beat a father and a son up with his titanium prosthetic. This dumb shit put his arm in a chopper thinking about me and chopped his arm off, right? So he took this piece of titanium, which these guys put in an analogy of an aluminum baseball bat, and beat two human beings. And they're like, Daniel, if that happened to us, we'd go straight to jail. Straight to jail.
Immigrants at
Right.
that. One was a minor.
A young minor, 12, 13, I don't know. But their advocacy was like, listen, the one guy was an anti-gun. He's like, I don't like you, dislike you, I'm anti-gun. He's like, but what I want to talk about is this, is that if you, me, or the other guy hit somebody with a piece of metal, straight to jail. This guy, Rich Hewlett, because of his upper echelons, the people, Kevin's pointed out, they've rubbed shoulders with the Clintons and, these other prominent people, they have zero accountability. He got diversion, Michael. No felony charges, no
And it's
probation.
all sealed.
Go talk.
We don't even know what the diversion was.
Right. Go
Well,
talk to a counselor. Yeah.
The Hewlett Airport, again, this is a private airport where Bill Clinton used to fly in to party, all these Freemason parties, right? With Mr. McChesney.
Yeah.
Robin Chestnut Tangerman. Who names their kid Robin Chestnut Tangerman? One of our house reps. He's no longer there anymore. But again, this leads to some really, really, really dark rabbit holes, man. That again, you think this stuff is unbelievable.
Yeah.
We're not even at that level
But
yet.
listen, Kevin, the topic of that conversation was those two guys saying, listen, if any one of us did what Mr. Hewlett did, we would probably still be in jail waiting for our trial. They might not even offer bail. It's a two-tiered system, right?
Mm-hmm.
And those two men, took the time to come to talk to me today on my property, get a little bit clearer vision of what's going on. One guy from Bennington, one guy from the Shaftesbury, and basically what it equated to is that how there is a division, right? Rich Hewlett beat two human beings with a piece of titanium. He took his prosthetic off and beat these people and got a slap on the hand. Kevin, you will never get that. I will never get that.
It's worse
no
than
one
a
else
slap.
will.
They sent him to CRJ, the Center for Restorative Justice, that's got a matching EIN. The same thing, again, when you get into, the child trafficking, and I'm talking about I say legal, above ground child trafficking, whether it's, educational theft where they come in and steal your kid. And the courts and all of this are very, very key. And people have to realize that. I don't know how to go after judges. I tried, and I don't have any suggestions, Daniel. I mean, I want to get a message to the people. I want to leave this with the people, because I still believe that, Vermont is a beautiful state. I love it. It's part of me. The best part is the people. And I'm telling you, these patriots are filled, or the mountains are filled with patriots, strong-willed, good people who want to stand up and do the right thing. I think they're scared. I think they're hiding in the shadows. It's time to come out of the shadows, guys. We need you. When you see stories like Daniel's, I hope you stand up for it, because you could be next very easily.
Sheila, you want to talk about that picture?
This is the picture that he sent out, and he sent it out on 17 days ago on the 4th, and now he sent it out again. And this is Mueller, and so I resent it, but I didn't want to put my stuff out there. This guy did all of this, but he knew 17 days ago that this was all going to happen.
Wow.
And 322 is when Mueller took on President Trump and filed that report. Doesn't matter how many delays he had, he filed it on 322 of 2019, the 39th anniversary of the Georgia Guidestones, which are the Satanic 10 Commandments. And he lived by 322. That's what he's telling you. That 322 is skull and bones. 322 is, and they're called the death cult. I mean, everything that we're dealing with has been built up in this country. And when they bring other people in with that same mentality, they ruin our culture. Americans aren't doing this to Americans, guys. This is not Americans doing this to Americans.
You're going to see a lot of
they bring in the dogs. They don't bring in merit-based people that are going to do the right thing. They bring in crap people that they know they can manipulate and do, and they're going to do what they want them to do.
There's a chapter that God had me put in the new book, and it's Titus 1. And in Titus 1, it explains this was the original how to set up the community and then bring the fellowship together. Because how did everybody become one of the Corinthians believers? Okay. How did Ephesus under Diana, all of a sudden, when Christ and the disciples are around, they become all these Ephesians who are believers? I can tell you more than 80-90% of the people in Russia, because we have witnesses who are now here telling us about it, they're Christian. They were Christian when it was Tsar Nicholas, the Romanov family they killed. I mean, there are good changes happening all over the world. That's the encouragement for everybody. But what it says in Titus 1 is that you cannot do a community without having in every key place 2 elders that can never be grifted, are not grifters, and will always tell the truth and will not deceive the people and will not become deceived. But we have to be those people who come in together and reestablish the communities. Because as President Trump said way back in the beginning, he said, how did you guys become a silent majority? You are the majority. So how did this happen? It's been whack-a-mole. That's the way, and that's the only way I can get people to laugh about it. I said, if you think about it, we were going forward, everything was going great, and then somebody raised their head up and they knew a whole bunch of truth, and so they whacked them out. Do you know what I mean? And so now people are scared. You become more and more scared about rising up and saying the truth. And the thing that I want to mention to you, Daniel, I want to encourage you. I've been on the other side of the wall of all of this. I thank God I'm on the other side on most of it. Still horrible things happen to me that still hurt a lot, but all I've got is me and the Lord. That's all I've got. I don't have anybody else coming through this with me. But a lot of where you're at and a lot of what's coming out, which can cause things to repeat, is like there's this big wall of people and they don't get it and they aren't going to take any action and we can't get anywhere. And that's what keeps us stuck. I had to not think about anybody around me. I was in it alone with the Lord, and every day, who can I bless? What can I do? Because I said, everything's so negative. And I said, everything I get in the mail is negative. And he said, why don't you send a positive note every day? This is back 35 years ago. And all of this kept growing and growing and growing because we let them affect how we think about our life. And our life has nothing to do with them. I'm never going to be a good friend of theirs. Never going to cook for them. Don't want them cooking for me. So I don't want that connection. And yet we talk about that they're so important to us, and they're not. So by us putting them in front of us, they're supposed to work for us. And they actually said in that video, is the public supposed to be here for a public meeting? Are they supposed to be able to attend? Were they invited? And you guys have even said I wasn't invited. Was it Daniel? You said I wasn't invited to that meeting. Yeah. It's a public meeting. They should never be having meetings in secret. Totally. And one of the best school board meeting videos I've seen is where the people got to the mayor and they said, Mayor, and they showed him a couple of the books at the school. I don't want my kids in these books. I want all of this to change. The teachers got to go. These people have to go. The school board has to go. So this mayor, the people in the town got the mayor to go to the school board meeting. And he said, I just met with the sheriff. I just met with the chief of police, but the sheriff is a powerful one in your county. I just met with him. You guys have 2 choices. We can either arrest you tonight, or you can resign from the school board and never take a position in our community again. You got 2 choices.
We need more mayors like that. Now, see, that's
what you mentioned. There's 2 good people, and that's why I said get around them. And if you got a bad sheriff, you got to get him out. You got to get a constitutional sheriff
The charges for my sheriff were human trafficking.
Okay, I have people I can connect you with.
The evil ones are all about
because I'm working with the U.S. Marshals, and people go, "You're putting stuff out on your Twitter about U.S. Marshals." I said, "Do you realize how powerful they are in our lives?" And they said, "But Sheila, you know, it's almost like, are you part of them or you promoting them?" And I said, "Do you know how good it is to have a U.S. Marshal sitting beside you as an air marshal when you're on a flight?"
I wish.
Have you seen what they've been getting? They've had Muslims on the flights that they've been taking out and arresting right off the flights, even on Southwest Airlines.
Wow. I know. Okay. I can't tell people what I've been doing, but I can tell you, I think Tulsi Gabbard's going to be very important for elections, but for a whole bunch of other things. You were just talking about mullet, right? Tulsi Gabbard just came out and basically said Barack Obama's going to prison. Right, because of that.
He's listed it all, and he's not the only one.
Or the Epstein files. Like Biden, it wasn't Joe. Remember, Mike? They laughed at us when we said that. Remember them laughing? Everyone's like, "You guys are crazy." It's in the Epstein files. That wasn't Joe Biden. It's out. The public is. Nobody can stop this. And I think you're right, Sheila. When this secret war was winning, but it's not a secret anymore. And you guys didn't even notice, but bear with me. So this right here, look. This was here the whole time. I didn't pull it out, but Jesus has been here, man. He's been here the whole time. You guys just didn't notice. You got distracted because you were looking at my pretty face.
Yeah, that's what happened. That's what happened. I'm sorry.
That's not on my list. But
Daniel, I apologize to you too. He's not the only pretty face. I mean, it's just, I just want you to know, Daniel, it's that's why I stayed like this today, because if you guys saw me reacting all the time.
I went to church in Philippi, West Virginia. I also got to see Bob Joyce. I attended a sermon on my way down through Texas. So for the spiritual warriors out there, I think that's very, very important. Hi, Tracy. My big.
They've got their own Jesus over there. My friends that were with General Flynn last night at Stay Awake America or whatever it is, and they had them on their hoods of their cars when they left. Somebody had gone out and put it on the hoods of all their cars.
For anybody that has that, it's a true story. Of course, I got a 20-year-old truck, 25-year-old. I got this glued to the dash, and what it did for me, it's unbelievable. But I always talk to Jesus. I have a real relationship with him now. But when he's sitting right there on the dash, looking at me, I talk to Jesus a whole bunch more. And when I hit heavy traffic or I'm pissed off, I hold his hand. I'm not even lying. He holds my cowboy hat every once in a while. So having him here again, don't get distracted in life, and don't give up. Don't lose focus on what we've done. We have become the new education system, the new medical, we're doing it, guys. But it's not time to give up. Is the end story. You gotta
Vivian gave me a whole bag of them to give away.
Yeah.
Vivian gave me a big bag, and she said, "Just keep giving them away. Keep giving them away."
That's beautiful.
You're going to get testimonies, Daniel. You're going to have a bunch of testimonies on the other side of this. I just want to encourage you and inspire you to keep on. Because after everything I went through, they'd already done mechanics liens, then they did a Liz pendants. 5 times I tried to refinance and had to keep paying high fees. I went to court, won about the Liz pendants. Then they still did it for another 4 years. And so I called the arbitrator on the Liz pendants, and he said, just go to court, list them out just like I did, take my decision where they were wrong, and just take it and take the amounts and just fill in the blank and all the money they owe you. And so I took it to the court, and he didn't remove the Liz pendants till the night before the court hearing, right? You know what the judge said? All you want is money. Case dismissed.
Well, listen, I can promise you this. I won't ever be quitting. I've led my men through the valley of death on many occasions over many, many years. Michael can share stories probably even more sophisticated and elaborated, but the warrior in me, the mindset that I have is what got me to where I am today. Kevin will tell you, he's watched the local news. He's watched, the people perseverate on, we got to get Daniel out of here. And I'm still here. And, I'm not sure what the next chapter is going to be for them to remove me, but we are winning hearts and minds.
Whoa. See, I don't want you to put that out in front of you. I don't, because I had to stop letting them control where I think my life is going. I just thank Father each day for where he's going to take me, how he's going to bring me through. And again, I had no way to function. I had no roof over my head for 12 years as a single woman. This is is what I've come through, and I couldn't do it without the Father. And yet everybody in church, and please bring me back to the trust conversation. I want us to talk about it because you guys brought up about how they have these organizations and they own things in the trust. I want to go through that.
Associations and
that's
trust. We need another show. Sheila, I'm a fan, actually. Like I said, I've been wanting to have a show. I've been watching for 7 months. I do have to go, but I want to thank everybody again that gave me prayers. I know I worried a lot of people when I took off. I couldn't even tell my loved ones. I had to leave my home, my family, my everything once again to save my daughter. And I hope
that's part of why I was on the road and not a roof over my head, because they wouldn't leave me alone.
Yeah. Well, Kevin, I'm glad to see you, and I'm glad you got a beard, and maybe we could talk Michael into getting a beard. But you look healthy, and I'm glad. People ask me all the time, and I had no idea. So keep the fight going. You're in our minds spiritually, and we pray for the best.
Yeah, you're a superhero, like you said. Big fan of you too. And Mike, as always, thank you for having me. This was a good show. I appreciate you guys.
Kevin.
If I can come back, you guys know I want to. I'm fighting in a different way right now. Trust me.
I just want to say something about the trust. The title company of the mortgage company, the title company came in as a trust and took over my property. And we can't buy anything in a trust. But title companies are doing it all over, and Trump just stopped it. Yeah. When I told him about the capping of more than 200 rigs in California destroyed lives since the 1980s, he just uncapped them just this last week. I mean, like 72 hours ago, he's starting to uncap them. I mean, everything that we're mentioning is getting addressed. We just have to keep mentioning it. And what I mentioned to you, Daniel, I forget who I said I've got sources for what you were talking about. Let Michael know and I'll get them to you.
Mm-hmm. I think those are key words 100%. Too, with EINs. If you guys out there, if you're watching and you're looking for this stuff, they count on you not looking, but association or trust, don't trust that, right? Those are key. So it's like the courts. Thanks, Mike. I got to run.
They're doing it, but we can't. Yep.
Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah.
Love you guys.
Yeah.
I miss this so much.
Michael, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your SEAL mindset, and I appreciate your dedication. I salute you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Sheila. Thanks,
everybody.
Bless
you guys. Great to be with you. I didn't know it would matter, but I said, me? Wouldn't you guys rather have Juan on? And you know what I mean? Because he's a lot of fun and knows a lot more than me. So, well, bless you guys.
Bless you too. Bless you guys. Thank you.
You're not alone. You're not alone.
I can't get off, so I'm here till you.
I was told that I would be attacked by demons if I posted the photograph you see in front of you. The word they used was demonetization or demonetization. In other words, they said they were gonna, I would have my income cut off. My subscribers would not be able to pay for their subscriptions if I posted this photograph. Okay? Now, the reason they gave is, well, because out of sensitivity for her family. But no. Or the other one is that maybe it's some kind of child porno. No, this is not. First of all, this girl does not have a family. I've had people come to me in Japan. That girl deserves justice. The White Dragon Society was not there to protect her when she needed it, but we will avenge her 100-fold. And that means we're going after Barack Obama and anybody else involved in this. Remember, this is not just one girl. This is like hundreds of thousands of children every year they're doing this to. And I think we need to see this. It's painful. It's disturbing. But this is what journalism is about. We expose criminals so that they can face justice. So that's why, despite the threat of the demonetization, I'm going to post this picture because the world needs to see it and we need to take action. This is what they should be talking about at the summit between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin that's now taking place in Alaska. And I know that the Russians have thoroughly documented similar crimes in Ukraine and are insisting that the denazification or involves is a condition for the peace in Ukraine. In other words, They want the criminals who've been spreading bioweapons, who've been torturing hundreds of thousands of children to harvest adrenochrome, who've been carrying out a genocide of the Ukrainian people, face justice. And I don't see how the current Trump regime is going to be able to meet those conditions. But I hope they do, and I hope we see a public trial for Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, all those people. And this should be in front of the world. That's why I'm not hiding that photograph. Now, getting back to this summit, I've asked various sources for their opinions, including the Italian P3 and MI6 and others. And it looks like this is really a kind of a begging mission on the part of Trump, plus a threat. So, you know, he's begging for money and he's threatening to use HARP earthquake weapons if he doesn't get it. Now, there's another possibility. You know, it's quite got around the internet that Trump made a slip of the tongue, said that he would be meeting Vladimir Putin in Russia. Well, Alaska was sold to the United States in 1867 because the Tsar of Russia was bankrupt after having lost the Crimean War, and he needed the money. Well, maybe now that Trump has lost the war against Iran and is bankrupt, that maybe he's trying to sell Alaska back. Well, that's just speculation, but certainly if you look at all the sort of chatter going out, they're saying, well, we'll offer the Russians, you know, the rare earth minerals in Alaska and other Alaskan treasures, and we'll build a pipeline, or I mean, not a pipeline, but a bridge or a tunnel connecting Alaska to Russia. Then we're going to make all sorts of promises, and maybe they'll reach a deal. But I don't see how a deal can be reached. Pedophiles are, you know, get the justice, and that's got to happen. And we can't leave this alone because they're going to keep doing it. Now, the other thing I'm seeing about their proposal for the Ukraine peace settlement is, okay, so they're going to hand back all the land that is inhabited by ethnic Russians and that Russia already has, but they're talking about a 99-year lease. So you got to remember, these Khazarian mafia, they think long term. So they think, okay, well, our attempt to destroy Russia failed this time, so we'll postpone it for 100 years. That's the sort of thinking. No, this has got to be a permanent deal, not a 99-year lease that they're going to propose. Now, the other thing I'm hearing, of course, is that they are going to throw Vladimir Zelensky under the bus. Well, good riddance. He was just a spokesperson anyway for a faction of MI6 that is working for the Khazarian mafia. And these people are still causing a lot of trouble. And I'm going to show you two clips now, both from Australia. The first is about a large Muslim demonstration or march, and the other is a kind of, you know, antipathy, an attack against this march. And if you notice the people with the banner saying "we're full, fuck off, we're full," they're all wearing identical sort of black military uniforms with face covers. These are definite agents provocateurs. These are not spontaneous protesters. So what we're seeing is an attempt by the Australian authorities to provoke a Muslim-Christian clash in Australia, and I say don't go for their tactics. Now, the other thing that I've noticed in the news is that 750,000 British people signed a petition demanding an immediate election in the UK because Prime Minister Starmer is not doing what he was elected for. Now we have evidence that the 50,000 rubber dinghies full of illegal immigrants have come into the UK since he took over, and they pay BlackRock to take those rubber boats back to France so they could bring more illegal immigrants in who are causing crime. Again, this seems to be some kind of move to justify a military dictatorship. Now, the other thing that people have noticed, of course, is in Nova Scotia, they are trying to prevent people from entering the force. They keep changing their excuses. First it was because you start fires, but they say, well, a fire ban would just solve that. And they say, well, if you break your leg, we can't hurt you, and that didn't work either. So they keep changing the story. And this is just speculation. I have no evidence, but they're definitely trying to keep people out of the woods for some reason other than forest fires. Maybe there's some kind of troop buildup going on in there, or maybe, as some sources say, there's a uranium land grab going on. I don't know, but my advice is people en masse defy this ban and go in there with cameras and find out what's really going on. Now, getting back to the U.S., the Trump summit with Putin is definitely a begging summit because the U.S. economy is in real trouble, and the government has become a complete brazen liar with their economic statistics. For example, I was looking at a CNBC article that said that the producer price index rose 0.9% month on month in July, which is 3.3% year on year. No, it's 11.3%. So they put in an obvious lie. They're trying to make it seem like it doesn't happen. That's just one example. The jobless claims, the initial jobless claims number has been identical, completely identical since November 2021. All the statistics are skewed. Where they said industrial production is up, but capacity utilization is down. They're resorting to outright lies because their economy is in trouble. And the other thing they're doing is that they're printing huge amounts of money through the Federal Reserve Board, and they're using it to buy stocks and to make it look like stock prices are high, to create the appearance that the U.S. has more equity than it has debt, which is all BS because U.S. market valuations have nothing to do with reality. You can't have Tesla worth $20 trillion when it hardly can sell any cars or anything else, and it's mostly a movie studio. But that's what they're doing. They're in deep trouble. They're lying about it, and there's no way they're going to be able to borrow their way out of the situation forever. So I'm saying in September, let's make a big move. I'm going to do everything I can personally. I want everyone else who's listening to do the same. Let's overthrow these bastards once and for all. In case you don't know that, here's the latest evidence. So you have a government and they're not going to prosecute themselves. This requires military police and the military who aren't compromised to go in and deal with this, because our governments have been hijacked by Satan-worshipping criminals. This is now proven beyond a doubt, and they are bankrupting us at the same time. And if we don't do something about it soon, we'll all be working for the Chinese, which, by the way, apparently now everybody in Ukraine is doing. It's become a Chinese drone marketing campaign instead of a war down there, and that's what I'm hearing. But the Chinese are going to keep leaving us in the dust until we improve our system of political and economic management, and that means bankrupting the U.S. corporation and restarting with something completely new, debt-free. And we need a jubilee. It's got to happen. There's no other alternative except decay and take over by the Chinese. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. It seems there's a lot less news about the royal family lately. Is there anything happening with the royal family?
I haven't heard anything. The only thing I've been told is that they're all on holiday until September, and that they will see some sort of moves related to the royal family in September. Now, I don't know if this will mean the removal of Starmer and the fake King Charles or what. I just don't know. But again, the MI6 people connected to the royals I talked to are basically saying we're going to be gardening until September. So no news. But as soon as we get it, I'll let you know. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Canada has fallen in too many ways to fully discuss here. How can we free ourselves from Mark's carnage, the LGBT-loving WEF, climate cult, and the kleptocrat? Now parks are off limits in 2 provinces, and wildfires are being started so that Brookfield can mine uranium. What can we do when all the Lebranos will be forced from power? Or are the woke mob and cartels and CCP already too strong?
I think the key is to start as many lawsuits as possible because both parties were involved in that. And the other thing that can be done is file war crimes charges with the military at multiple levels to force an accounting for the mass murder of Canadian citizens by politicians who are bribed and blackmailed and do not represent the people. That's my suggestion. But I think it's going to be up to the people to apply pressure through the courts, and for the military from the ranks down to push pressure up to remove the criminals who seized government control in Canada and have led to this country's huge decay in living standards and public safety. Crime is way up in Canada, and that's because of poorly vetted immigrants who aren't like the previous generations of immigrants who were very well-trained, well-selected people who contributed to the economy. The ones coming in recently are not of the same caliber. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Are all these criminals so well protected that no special forces are able to get them? I would think at this point we'd start seeing more Cabal CEOs or corporate presidents taken out. Only one teenage boy has been able to do that on his own. I'm beginning to think both sides of this drama are make-believe, especially since a fake Trump can just walk in, pass for the real one, and no one seems to know that he isn't the real Trump. How has nobody noticed?
I think a lot of people are noticing, and even those who don't notice realize that he's saying completely different things from what he was saying before June. But it is a problem. For example, I have confirmed in multiple ways that George Soros was killed many years ago, but they use actors and computer graphics to make the appearance that these people are still alive. So I think the answer ultimately will be to send troops into the data centers to put an end to all this digital fakery, and at the same time demand the DNA testing of world leaders to make sure they are the original and not some kind of copy. But it's a fight, and these people have been ruling the planet literally for thousands of years, or at least the West, and they're a lot tougher than we thought. But they're definitely losing, and they have already lost the economic war, and now there's been a mass awakening. If you read the comments on all sites, people are not going to give up on Epstein Island. They've been filling our political ranks with actors reading scripts who are interchangeable. I don't know, maybe we've had like 8 Nancy Pelosi's or something. This has got to end, and I am pushing as hard as I can through my contacts to do this, and everyone else needs to do what they can. Again, bottom-up pressure is what we need to remove this fake government. Next question.
We have our last question for today. With respect to Japan, it seems the current cabinet may be toppled this autumn, as you report. However, the PRC or CCP has been infiltrating the Japanese top echelons like officials in the Ministry of Finance, which is stonewalling a fentanyl-related material tunneling scandal from the PRC to the U.S. Now the incumbent cabinet is under strong control of the MOF. What do you know about the relationship between the PRC and the MOF of Japan?
I don't have specific information about the Ministry of Finance, but I do know that the Biden regime offered to sell Japan, Australia, South Korea, New Zealand to China in exchange for money, and the current government has been relaxing rules for Chinese to enter into the country, and there's been a huge influx. And yes, there is an attempt to sell Japan out to the Chinese, but the original Japan handlers who were behind this are all gone, and the government right now is in a holding pattern, which I think is the same of all governments in the West now. They're going along with this old script they were given about, digital currency, but they know that the script has changed at a high level, that it's, so they're just all, Japan including, they're all in a holding pattern. They're following the old evil orders because there hasn't been a proper change at the top. So what we need to do, we've gotten rid of a lot of the people at the top. Klaus Schwab is gone, and so many others have left the scene, but we're still not quite there. And I think it's going to require actual military action and mass arrests, and we're going to all have to demand it because there's a huge groundswell of anger at the current regimes in the West, and they're not going to be able to lie their way out of it. They can't fake statistics saying that foreigners aren't committing crimes or that the economy is good when in fact it's bad. They can't keep this up forever. At the same time, public support for Israel has dropped. The Jews are waking up to the fact that their leaders are Satanists, not Jews. We're reaching a point of no return. There's no way they're going to put this genie back in the bottle, but it's very frustrating, and all I can say is I'll keep fighting until these scum are out of all positions of power forever. As we are all aware now, there is a serious crisis going on in Washington, D.C., and I'm hearing from multiple intelligence sources that U.S. President Donald Trump is no longer with us, and this is why we are getting this very bizarre behavior. Here, let me read you a message I got sent by U.S. military intelligence. Trump has been compromised. The deep state is holding something that will bring his presidency to an end, threatening to release it if he does not comply with their demands. And we got the same confirmation of this from MI6. And by the way, MI6 now has a new top as of October 1st, and I've heard that this will lead to a lot of big changes in the Five Eyes. But the gathering of the U.S. 800 admirals and generals in Washington, D.C. for a bizarre rant by both Trump and this reality TV actor pretending to be Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, was kind of the last straw that broke the camel's back for a lot of people. But if you don't think Donald Trump has been compromised, then there's no way you can explain his actions other than outright criminality, because the thing that really got to me is he had dinner with Albert Bourla of Pfizer, and suddenly he offers Pfizer $70 billion taxpayer money, and he promised that he would protect them from any legal repercussions of what they're doing. So, there are more than 20 million people around the world, and a very large number of Americans too, not to mention making all these people sick. And he should be in jail for war crimes, pandering to Israel. And I'd like you to watch the first 1 minute and 3 seconds of this video, and you'll see what I mean. So basically, Trump is involved in a genocide for the sake of a real estate development project involving his son-in-law. Again, that's not what a president of the United States is supposed to be doing. This is out and out war crimes, and it's not something that should be allowed. Now, the other thing, of course, is that lots of people are noticing that Trump is showing signs of senility and making mistakes, repeating himself. They're trying to censor this, but there's something very, very wrong with him. His speech at the United Nations was an international embarrassment for the United States. So what we have now is Donald Trump is either compromised or has been replaced and is obeying a known criminal and Satanist by the name of Benjamin Netanyahu. In the real world, Netanyahu should be dragged out of his office and hung from the nearest lamppost. And he's continuing his mass murder, and he brags repeatedly about controlling Donald Trump and the U.S. military. That's not what the military is supposed to be about. Now, the other thing that's going on is clearly the United States is bankrupt, and that's why the government is shut down. Not because of some kind of fake fight between the Democrats and the Republicans, who are all part of the same team, as you know. And it's not going to happen, okay? This time I'm hoping they will really shut it down. Now, I'll repeat again because it's very important. We do have an offer of unlimited financing for the United States to rebuild its infrastructure and to completely write off all debt, public and private, as a one-off deal for the American people, and then build a new capital somewhere in the Midwest as a condition for getting rid of the criminal cesspool that Washington, D.C. has degenerated to. It is now the world's pariah state. It's the leading source of terrorism and drug dealing, human trafficking. It is a black hole. It is a stain on the planet Earth, and there's been a collective decision that this has to end. And I'm hearing it will end. And any leader who's opposed to it is definitely not a real leader, but rather a compromised agent. And I want to show you what a citizen journalist did in Romania to the Romanian president, because that's what any person with a camera, with a phone, can, if they see one of these people in public, turn on your camera and confront them like this person did. Now watch this little clip. See, any of us can do it. We must not let these people wander around in public as if they're lording it over us and there's nothing wrong and we don't know. Because we all know now, or maybe a tiny percentage of people who are either brainwashed beyond hope or a part of the satanic control grid, one or the other. But the rest of us, we definitely do not want these people to stay in power. It's just not right, okay? And the corruption is very, very thorough, and it's right throughout the top. Take a look at this clip. Now, here's another one I want to show you. It's just the wife or ex-wife of Prince Andrew, Sarah Ferguson, offering, to sell access to him. Okay, so, what sort of system of government do we have here? Where, we have these unelected so-called royals, trying to get money out of people for whatever, probably to spend on adrenochrome. But this is not right, okay? And also, another thing I'd like to point out, this has, come up again, but, the fact is that there still hasn't been any accounting for crimes like 9/11, which was a mass murder of American people to justify the mass murder of Iraqi people, and nothing's been done about it. But here you can see U.S. network TV airing once. This clip aired only once after 9/11, but it's saying very clearly a plane did not hit the Pentagon. The reason I'm bringing this up again, it's because we need to hold their feet to the fire over all these things. The government is so corrupt that it's not even a government anymore. It's a bunch of actors working for a bunch of Satanists who are mostly headquartered in Israel and Ukraine or Switzerland these days. Now here's another one that really disturbs me. Did you know that FBI Kash Patel's, Director Kash Patel's girlfriend is a Mossad agent? So you can see, the United States government has been occupied by a hostile foreign force, and it's time to do something about it. And I am hearing that there is a move among the generals, among the intelligence community, to finally do something about it. They were waiting for October. They're waiting for the new head of MI6, but we have to do it otherwise. And American people, a lot of you have guns, and you're allowed to use them to defend yourself, which they are. Then you're allowed to defend yourself. This is the law. Here you can watch, by the way, a little interesting thing that happened in Florida. Watch this sheriff talk about how you can now carry guns in the open like cowboys in Florida. And then take a look at this guy doing just that. We need armed citizens at this point because the government is not going to defend you. You're going to have to defend yourselves. So, again, a lot is going on under the surface. I'm hearing many things, but we need to push this. And if you're a general or you're an admiral, ask yourself, Did you swear to defend the United States, or did you swear to fight for Israel and for real estate developers who use genocide to seize property from innocent people? So, folks, it really is time. We've got to do something about it. This has gone on way too long. We need to end this now. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Can you please explain what you mean when you refer to the term Khazarian Mafia? What constitutes the Khazarian Mafia?
The original and more accurate term I was using is called Sabbatean Frankist Jews. This is a group that basically they openly say it's up to them, it's up to carry out the end times prophecies of the Bible, to kill 90% of humanity and enslave the rest. And I stopped using Sabbatean Frankist Jews because it just didn't click with people, and I started calling them Khazarian Mafia because I don't want Jews who have nothing to do with this to be, smeared with the same brush as these criminals. And that's why the phrase Khazarian Mafia is being used. And these people, they don't worship God or Yahweh, they worship Baal, otherwise known as Molech, Set, or Satan. Next question.
Hi, Ben. The U.S. Was supposed to be bankrupt at least 100 times, yet it still exists and stands. How is this occurring, and where are they finding this money? Also, the Charlie Kirk story, Snake Eye 1988, Nicolas Cage movie, is definitely a psyops, as you reported. No question about it. Now, Carney, he is bankrupting Canada for sure. Affordable housing for $3.2 million per house is a joke. Of course, his company Brookfield is profiting hugely from the suffering of Canadians. What would be his next move? What can we expect from Carney? Digital ID, just like we're now seeing in the UK. More taxes. What are your thoughts?
Carney, we've reached out to Carney repeatedly, tried to make him an offer to have Canada make a friendly takeover of the United States and build a new capital somewhere in the Midwest, and he is ignoring our requests. We've come to the conclusion that he is being blackmailed and compromised and should not be in charge of the country. As far as the U.S. government always being able to kick the can down the road, each time they use some trick or another to get money. Sometimes they steal Japanese pensions. Sometimes they fool the Chinese into handing over more. Sometimes they steal gold from somewhere. But this time we're hoping, and everybody, we got to do our best to make sure it happens, that we really do bankrupt them this time. Because the Washington, D.C. Regime is a curse on this planet. They're the source of terrorism, war, drug dealing, human trafficking. They need to be shut down, and I've repeatedly asked the Chinese and everybody else, do not finance them. At present, it seems they're being financed by Japan, the UK, and by printing money in a circle, but it won't last. They've been doing it for a long time. We're hoping this time it really does go bankrupt. But the whole world is sick and tired of the rogue regime in Washington, D.C., which does not represent the American people, as the American people have already figured out finally. It doesn't matter if you call them Republican or if you call them Democrat, they all work for the same team. Next question.
Hi, Ben. Question I had today is, how is Trump not compromised? He was Epstein's best friends for years, but however, considering you already mentioned Trump is compromised, I'm going to change it a little bit. You did mention he was compromised today. Do you believe this is in relation to Epstein?
Well, he ran all sorts of beauty contests and brought in young models from Eastern Europe for decades. There's got to be all sorts of skeletons in his closet. I mean, my understanding was that they would help him cover these up if he would go after the deep state, but since he hasn't done that, all he's done is go after a few of his own enemies, but not go after the real source of the problem. I think it's time to lift that protection. The other thing is, right now, he is using these hired goons brought in from the third world as an excuse to send troops into U.S. cities and declare martial law. But this isn't about expelling illegal aliens. This is about turning the United States into a fascist dictatorship. Be aware of this. The real enemies are okay. The illegal immigrants are a problem that was paid for by Soros and those people, and they do need to be shut down. But we also need to go after all these people who pretend to be politicians but are actually actors receiving money from Israel in order to betray the American people. Next question.
Hi, Ben. We have our last question for today. Is there a follow-up on the outcome, which was with the Russian defense chief traveling to Iraq to establish a possible alliance between Russia and Iraq in reference to your September 19th video?
I have been in touch with Russian intelligence this week, and I've also got reports from French intelligence and U.S. military intelligence that Russia is planning some really, really big move. We are hoping that Egypt and Turkey and Russia will go in and into Israel and arrest Netanyahu and put an end to this horror show. But I'm also hearing they might carry out regime change in Western Europe to remove the Nazis there, like Ursula von der Leyen. Let us see what happens. But I have been told everyone who's waiting for October. October is here, and let's make it count this year. Let's try to really finish them off. This has gone on far too long. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself this week. I hope to see you again next week.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note, the emergency broadcast system was ready to activate, and when it did, the world would enter a new era of financial independence. The Cabal's fiat markets will crash, their corrupt banking system goes under, and the truth about Nizar Jazarullah's freedom from debt to them will be exposed. The people of the world will be sovereign based on gold/asset-backed currencies, while the Cabal will fall on their own fiat currency that was worth nothing. Early 2s. Morning March 24, 2026. The White House in Washington, D.C. was lit up in red, signifying rolling blackouts were happening across the world as the global military alliance were making mass arrests of Satan-worshipping, treasonous elites. The military's Emergency Alert System, EAS, had already been activated in Ohio, California, Carolina, Alaska, Virginia, New York, Arizona, Texas, and was about to go live in Florida and Pennsylvania. Look for certain areas of the country that would require emergency lockdowns, travel restrictions, needing a virtual ID to enter businesses, bank closures, and ATMs that won't work. It was advised to stock up on food, cash, and essentials. On February 20, 2026, the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of Nizar/Jazara funds set for Wednesday, April 1, 2026. Headlines for Wednesday, March 24, 2026. Maduro's war on America used drugs, gangs, and terrorist alliances with Hezbollah, FARC, ELN, and Cuban spies to sabotage President Trump's anti-narco operations designed to crush. Used drug cartels to bribe at least 80 U.S. senators and influence Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's strategies, plus developed Smartmatic voting machines to throw U.S. elections. Former Venezuelan intelligence chief Hugo El Pollo Carvajal. A possible timing according to Juan 7 on 2s. March 23, 2026. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Nizar/Jazara fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. On Friday, March 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Saturday, March 28, 2026, a 48-hour blackout countdown begins where banks will go dark for the next 10 days. On Monday, March 30, 2026, martial law is enforced worldwide as the 10 days of darkness begin. Starlink EBS exposes Cabal crimes, fraud, and child trafficking by elites in Hollywood. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the global currency reset and NISRA/JSARA laws activate for general public. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Each individual will receive texts and emails to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Friday, April 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless, Mr. Pool 2.0" on Telegram. On Monday, April 6, 2026, JSARA Wealth drops and Zim Redemptions fund humanitarian projects ending Cabal poverty schemes. On Thursday, April 16, 2026, Trump delivers epic address unveiling QFS rebirth during independence celebrations. The Republic is reborn. Help hurricane victims. Donations needed for North Carolina hurricane victims. The Republic for the United States of America provided water filters to the worst-hit regions. Now those filters need to be replaced since people still don't have running water. A new project in progress is delivering smaller units using drones to the areas that still don't have roads. On Monday, March 30, 2026, emergency broadcast system activated worldwide. Martial law is enforced as the 10 days of darkness set to begin. Emergency broadcast system, the trumpets will sound. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Worldwide humanity will soon experience 7 trumpets, EBS alerts delivered directly to every phone on Earth. These are not ordinary notifications. They are the signal of the final awakening. Each trumpet will call us to tune in, to our televisions, to our radios, to receive the truth that has been hidden for centuries. The 10 days of communication darkness. For 10 days, the world will stand still. The internet, shut down. ATMs and banks, offline. Phones, restricted to emergency calls only. Although the military will hand out apps that allow cell phones to work normally under the new Starlink satellite system. During these days, 3 times daily, 8-hour documentaries will be broadcast globally. These revelations will be undeniable, exposing mass arrests, military tribunals, election fraud, corruption at the highest levels, and the darkest crimes against humanity. Crimes of pedophilia, trafficking, and manipulation that the elite swore you would never know. But this is not darkness. This is the purge of lies. The quantum light arrives. Through Starlink satellites and quantum computers, secure channels will open. Military-approved apps like Signal will allow communication, encrypted and unbreakable. A new quantum internet will rise, beyond the control of Cabal corporations, fully protected and incorruptible. Once the 10 days end, every device on the planet, phones, TVs, radios, computers, will be reconnected to the quantum grid of light. Every man, woman, and child will be invited. Here, through biometric verification tied to our own body rhythms and frequencies, we will receive NISRA/JSARA payouts, exchange and redeem currencies and Zim bonds and establish secure quantum bank accounts untouchable by the old system. The corrupt banking cabal will be gone. The people will once again hold the wealth of the world. A new era of justice and freedom. From this moment on, all elections worldwide will operate on the quantum system. Voting will be secure, instant, incorruptible, ending fraud forever. Every voice will count, every vote will stand. Humanity reborn, this is not the end. It is the beginning. The 10 days are not of silence but of truth flooding the earth. When the trumpets sound, no one will be able to say, "I did not know." The veil is falling. The corruption is ending. The future is here. What we thought we knew, but didn't really know and now am supposed to know but don't have a clue. With clones, doubles, made-up movies Hollywood style and Trump's military alliance throwing more popcorn at us, it gets so confusing. Official word was that early morning twos. March 24, 2026 the White Hats took Joe Biden into military custody. We thought the White Hats took him into custody back in December 2020 after raiding his Ukraine property. They supposedly held a military tribunal and hung him at Gitmo, then buried him during his so-called inauguration. Clones and actors were said to have played him ever since, directed by Obama. Friday, March 28, 2026, King Charles III will die, dead. At least that was reported over a year ago. Monday, March 30, 2026, Hillary Clinton will be arrested. We thought she already was, underwent a military tribunal and hanged years ago, with doubles and clones representing her in public ever since. Her double from the UK already confessed to that, so don't think they are arresting the double because they already did. Maybe they are arresting the last of Clinton clones. They were malfunctioning anyway. Wars and rumors of wars, twos. March 24, 2026 President Donald J. Trump calls for a pause on all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period, subject to the success of the ongoing meetings, Senator Ron Johnson on Telegram. Twos. March 24, 2026, the 5-day pause is not it seems. The war with Iran is already won. The pause is to get certain assets in place. Global currency reset. On February 20, 2026 the U.S. Congress and President Trump approved the quantum financial system and the primary financial system for the nation, with global activation including release of NISARA/JAZARA funds set for Wednesday, April 1, 2026. Twos. March 24, 2026 marks, a bondholder indicated that they would get paid around Wednesday 1st of April and those who held currency would have their appointments between Thursday 2nd of April and Wednesday, April 15, 2026. Twos. March 24, 2026 Wilvey says that bondholders are receiving notifications. He hopes for Tier 4B notifications today or tomorrow. Payments will start on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. We were waiting for ISO 20022 to happen and it has, and it is working very well, Wolvey says. It has been 100% successful. A lady at a bank called Wolvey, crying, saying this is the news we have been waiting for. Wolvey cannot say more due to NDAs. In a few days he will be fully under NDA and will be overseas, forwarded from Ginger Doucet. Twos. March 24, 2026 Bruce, The Big Call Universe, evies.com 667-770-1866, pin 123456 667-770-1865. Bondholders were anticipating getting an email tomorrow morning, Wednesday 25th of March, telling them what is in their accounts and would get access to that account that afternoon. Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, could get notifications to set appointments by Friday 27 or Saturday 28th of March. A contact in the U.S. Treasury said Tier 4B would be notified by the end of the month. G. The exchange/redemption process. Get your humanitarian project in order. Prepare a short 1 to 2 page summary of your project including how many years you hope to run it, how many people you can employ and approximate how much money you need to run it, along with what makes you qualified to run your project. Include a short summary of your background. There won't be any cash given out at your appointment. You are in charge of your money and can put it in different accounts. Advisors will be there to help you with your money and to help you choose a project from the list or guide you through one you already have. Everything is safe and fine even though here are people who don't want this to happen. You can bring advisors, bank contacts, if you've already talked to a specific person, a friend, or anyone else you want to help you to your appointment. ZimCap information changes every day, but right now they are paying, no projects equals 15 million. No matter how much you have. With projects, the first 2 bond notes are 1-to-1. After that, there are 25 million, per 100 T, up to 30 bond notes. You will need to go back to the safe link 800 hash to get another appointment to talk more. It will be released closer to the go date. The rates are really high. We are almost at the end of the line. All the information says next week. Alex Collier emphasized ongoing mentoring by Star Alliance groups who are training Earth militaries in advanced technologies and timeline operations. The Great Awakening surge is unstoppable since the 2012 marker, with military alliances executing the only way to drain the swamp completely. Free quantum energy from the Golden Dome is activating quietly, as seen in strategic outages like Denver Airport where old nuclear systems switched to clean power grids. The Cabal's AI overlords and regressive ET puppets face total exposure. Patriots sense the White Hats fully in command, with full disclosure of our galactic history and inner Earth connections imminent. The pendulum swings violently toward justice, revealing the true enemy while benevolent forces protect the transition. Nothing can stop this storm. The Light Warriors triumph as America and the world enter a golden age of freedom, prosperity, and spiritual power. The satanic bloodlines crumble daily. Trust the plan and hold the line, for victory is at hand and the best is yet to come. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which is owned by the Chinese elders, The ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC. The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the Cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. Constitutional Republic of the United States, Constitutional Republic of Canada. J2s. March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished ever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric, it's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power, and the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Quanons, white hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. Incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the Republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American Republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Help hurricane victims. Donations needed for North Carolina hurricane victims. The Republic for the United States of America provided water filters to the worst-hit regions. Now those filters need to be replaced since people still don't have running water. A new project in progress is delivering smaller units using drones to the areas that still don't have roads. Guru Information and Intel. M2s. March 24, 2026. 3 meetings took place in the last 72 hours that no camera recorded, Mr. Poole final chapter on Telegram. The first, a room beneath the Pentagon. No phones. No aides. Only 7 men and a decision that will reshape the Middle East before Friday. The second, a private jet. Tail number blocked. Departed Zurich at 3:17 a.m. Landed at Joint Base Andrews. The passenger has not been seen in public since 2019. The third, Camp David. Not the official visit the press was briefed on. The other meeting. The one with no guest list. The one where the new financial architecture was signed into law before the ink on the ceasefire was dry. Trump did not pause the strikes because of diplomacy. He paused them because the mission was already complete. The 5-day window is not for negotiations. It is for extraction. 14 high-value targets are being moved from 6 countries to a single location. a location the public will learn about soon enough. The war you saw on television is ending. The war you were never shown is entering its final phase. The deals are signed. The gold has moved. The names are sealed. All that remains is the announcement. And it will not come from the media. N2s. March 24, 2026, shocking 2026 disclosure bombshell. Alex Collier and Gene Decode expose white hats obliterating Cabal domes and shattering satanic black rocks as liberation accelerates. Quantum financial system on Telegram. In a historic broadcast on the Icons platform, Sarge brought together legendary contactee Alex Collier and elite decoder Gene Decode for revelations that are igniting the patriot spirit worldwide. These fearless insiders detailed how white hat forces, allied with benevolent extraterrestrials and inner-Earth civilizations, have now cleared over 90% of the deep underground military bases across the planet in 2026. The Golden Dome artificial superintelligence deploys plasma technology to vaporize satanic layers instantly, liberating countless children from these hellish facilities and collapsing the Cabal's entire hidden empire. Gene Decode revealed that recent Middle East operations targeting supposed nuclear sites actually destroyed ancient domes built around a massive black rock from the Khazarian invaders' destroyed home world. Shattering this evil anchor has unleashed positive energies, ending the engineered wars and hatred that plagued the region for ages. A similar takedown in Alaska during deep state assaults on the Golden Dome system pulverized another dark rock, triggering historic quakes but sealing the fate of the matrix of control. These victories are speeding up the fall of globalist Satanists at every level, from elite bankers to Hollywood pedophiles. Oh Save the Children, 2s. March 24, 2026, Laura Loomer is facing major backlash after she met the Dalai Lama in India, who likes to tell little boys to suck his tongue. The Dalai Lama was named at least 169 times in Jeffrey Epstein's emails and met with him several times at his private home. Loomer says she is grateful and will cherish this for the rest of her life. Gitmo TV on Telegram. P2s. March 24, 2026 John Podesta was in charge of the $375 billion EPA slush fund that was meant for climate change. Quantum financial system on Telegram. Now knowing that climate change is a hoax and that John and Tony Podesta are close to open Satanist Marina Abramovich and attended spirit cooking dinners which include sperm, blood. Reports and whistleblower testimonies describe children arriving after extremely high-risk journeys controlled by smuggling networks, where abuse and exploitation were widely known risks. Many arrived already in vulnerable condition, raising immediate concerns about what they had experienced before even reaching the border. Once inside the U.S., the concerns shifted to the placement system itself. Between 2020 and 2024, hundreds of thousands of minors were processed and released to sponsors. However, critics point to major gaps in vetting, including incomplete background checks, weak identity verification, and cases where children were placed with individuals without clear family ties. Some reports highlight multiple minors assigned to the same address and red flags that were allegedly overlooked. Whistleblowers describe a system overwhelmed by volume, where speed often took priority over safety. The scale is alarming. Tens of thousands of children reportedly lost contact with authorities after placement, while others were not properly tracked through follow-up processes. In some cases, minors fail to appear for required proceedings, leaving large numbers unaccounted for. Further allegations include cases of labor exploitation, unsafe living conditions, and missed warning signs from hotline reports that were not acted on in time. Authorities have since increased efforts to locate and verify the safety of these children, with thousands already identified, but the full picture remains unclear. This situation is now one of the most serious and debated issues, raising a critical question: how did a system designed to protect become one that may have left so many at risk? 2s. March 24, 2026, redacted CIA documents from the Biden administration. They identified motherhood and homemaking as indicators of white racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism. They don't just hate women, they hate white women specifically. 2s. March 24, 2026, the Democrats, via the Biden-Harris terrorist administration, picked up over 700,000 illegal aliens from all over the world, put them on private jets, and escorted them to cities of their choice at the taxpayers' expense, including luxury hotels. 2s. March 24, 2026, Donald Trump was right. Director of the FBI Kash Patel confirms with facts, Nancy Pelosi involved in setting up January 6. She made sure there were no National Guard. Nancy Pelosi and her team were busy filming a movie of January 6. She later sold it to HBO. 2s. March 24, 2026 45,800 more votes counted than cast in massive California election fraud case. 2s. March 24, 2026 declassified CIA files from 1965 expose secret U.S. weather control programs, detailing chemical seeding of hurricanes and monsoons, leading to today's chemtrail warfare operations. This has DARPA written all over it, as heavy metals poison our planet and the population. LBJ declared, "He who controls the weather will control the world," Mr. Poole on Telegram. T. What we found since President Trump came into office is that the Democrats have set up a system to funnel hundreds of billions and ultimately trillions of dollars to migrants that are in our country, oftentimes from places like Somalia. Gitmo TV on Telegram. 2s. March 24, 2026, breaking, it's official, Supreme Court moves to ban mail-in ballots after Election Day, Dems panic. 2s. March 24, 2026, boom, Florida bans Sharia law, Ron DeSantis set to sign historic bill defending U.S. Constitution, no foreign law will rule over Florida. 2s. March 24, 2026, panic in London, Iran folds as Trump cuts London's hidden hand over global oil, the MI6 connection exposed in the real war is financial. 2s. March 24, 2026, breaking alert, Tucker Carlson sounds alarm after massive explosion at Texas oil refinery. Energy panic erupts as Middle East remains on edge. The Republic is restored, prosperity flows, and perfect health becomes every citizen's birthright under the gold-backed system. Stay vigilant, stock essentials, and watch the Cabal's empire crumble as medbeds light the path to total freedom. WWG1G. T2s. March 24, 2026 breaking, explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegations, full list and documents. A political firestorm has exploded as the Venezuela list links 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribes from Maduro's narco-terror regime. QAnon patriots are on fire knowing this exposes the deep state treason and signals the storm is upon us. Hugo El Pollo Carvajal, the former Venezuelan intelligence chief in U.S. prison after pleading guilty to narco-terrorism, is revealing Maduro's full war on America using drugs, gangs like Tren de Aragua, and terrorist alliances with Hezbollah, FARC, ELN and Cuban spies to flood our cities with chaos. He confirms Smartmatic was built for election fraud by Venezuelan spies, validating patriots' warnings about rigged elections. The Venezuela list accuses these senators of taking cartel bribes to sabotage President Trump's anti-narco operations and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's strategies. These traitors have American blood on their hands. Fentanyl crisis they enabled. The full list of bribed senators includes prominent traitors like Chuck Schumer D. New York, Mitch McConnell R. Kentucky, Adam Schiff D. California, Elizabeth Warren D. Massachusetts, Bernie Sanders I. Vermont, Cory Booker D. New Jersey, Amy Klobuchar D. Minnesota, Mark Kelly D. Arizona, Lisa Murkowski R. Alaska, Susan Collins R. Maine, Chuck Grassley R. Iowa, Joni Ernst R. Iowa, Mark Warner D. Virginia, Tim Kaine D. Virginia, Patty Murray D. Washington and dozens more uni-party sellouts exposed at last. Trump and Hegseth have launched a fierce counteroffensive destroying Venezuelan fentanyl routes, seizing the traitors' ill-gotten assets, and launching cyber strikes against Smartmatic's fraud network. The deep state is collapsing as loyal military forces move in. This proves the uni-party sold out America to cartels and globalists. White hats control the plan, tribunals await the criminals, and the Great Awakening explodes as patriots unite. The American Republic is fighting back with Trump leading the final drain of the swamp. Victory belongs to the people and the storm will cleanse it all. U2s. March 24, 2026 Bill Gates caught red-handed, Epstein files prove he planned the emergency broadcast system on Telegram. V2s. March 24, 2026, experts in Georgia's 2020 election found over 96,000 mail-in ballots were recorded as voted but were never recorded as returned to actually be counted. They also found mail-in ballots received back and counted on the exact same day they were mailed out, the Schiff on Telegram. Thousands of mail-in ballots were also poured into Detroit's 2020 election with no chain of custody that could not be verified with poll books. These ballots were mixed with other ballots and counted. Most of these ballots turned out to be from deceased voters or voters whose address turned out to be vacant lots and burned down houses. Election experts ended up discovering astronomical 2020 election fraud with the combination of mail-in ballots and Dominion software. They found that it was very easy to assign a mail-in ballot to a voter through the software. In Dallas, they found over 57,000 votes were tampered with after being received back and recorded by the state. Their analysis found likely fraudulent rejection rates that were extremely low compared to the previous years, yet having a way higher mail-in ballot count, meaning they were passing fraudulent ballots through the system. 2016, 199,356 mail-in ballots, 6.4% rejection rate. 2020, 1,320,154 mail-in ballots with 2% rejection rate. Trump was secretly working hand-in-hand with the Ayatollah, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel was coming fast, and it would end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire now face total exposure. Trump knew that success of that plan to save the world gold depended on the people taking back control of that Luciferian Rothschild banking empire of the global monetary system, which the Satanist Cabal had used for their own evil purposes since at least 1913. The Q victory actually started on Friday, February 20, 2026, when Congress passed Public Law No. 119-1, the Quantum Financial Settlement and Restoration Act. The act provided for the mandatory transition of the fiat U.S. dollar financial structure to the gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, QFS, on Wednesday, April 1, 2026. A month or so later, by Saturday, March 21, 2026, President Trump had secretly dissolved the privately owned since 1913 by Satan-worshipping Illuminati bankers, U.S. Incorporated, while re-establishing the United States of America as a sovereign constitutional republic under God and common law by authority of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. The re-establishment of the constitutional republic officially ended the Federal Reserve, IRS, and use of admiralty law in the U.S. court system. Foreign rule was no more, all of which was set to be announced by Trump on Sunday, May 17, 2026. After which there would be 45 days of prayer, ending with the Saturday, July 4, 2026 150th anniversary celebration of the constitutional republic that has now been re-established under God. Temporary martial law has been in effect in the U.S. since 2020, with Trump as Commander-in-Chief of the Global Military Alliance. That same martial law will last until new, fair and free elections could be held. Those free and fair elections would happen in the U.S. within 90 days of the Wednesday, April 1, 2026 release of Nizar funds to the worldwide general public under the BRICS nations' global currency reset. Presently 10 to 12 days of darkness worldwide was in effect in order for the Global Military Alliance to make millions of mass arrests of treasonous Satan-worshipping politicians and global elites. During the worldwide communication darkness, the 209 BRICS nations will switch to the new gold/asset-backed quantum financial system, all happening by Wednesday, April 1, 2026. The world's communication networks were in the process of shutting down, one after another, as the Global Military Alliance temporarily took over all TV, radio and internet. Be prepared for EBS activation and martial law. 1 million white hat troops stand guard as the EBS Starlink satellite system overrides all signals, cell phones, TV, radio and internet, asking you to stay at home for 10 to 12 days while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests across the globe of treasonous Satan-worshipping deep state. Banks close. ATMs won't work. After which wake up to new and improved financial, political, health and education systems. Stock up on food, water, cash and essentials. Possible timing as of Saturday, March 21, 2026. The de facto corporate fiat debt-based monetary system known as the Federal Reserve central banking cartel has been permanently dissolved. The quantum financial system, asset-backed, satellite-secured, immutable ledger monetary architecture, has assumed primary control of all Tier 1 to 4 settlement rails worldwide. EBS Donald Trump on Telegram on Monday, March 23, 2026. Juan O'Savin confirmed the below schedule for the final activation phase, signaling the Storm is upon us as Donald Trump restores the republic via the global currency reset. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. NISRA/JSRA fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Friday, March 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Friday night, March 27, 2026, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. On Wednesday, April 1, 2026, the global currency reset and NISRA/JSRA laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive texts and emails to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. On Friday, April 3, 2026, President Trump will tweet on X, formerly known as Twitter, where will he say, "My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless." The EBS broadcast tribunals revealing the satanic Khazarian mafia. Trump and white hats crush the globalists completely, Mr. Pool 2.0 on Telegram. On Monday, April 6, 2026, JSRA Wealth drops and Zim Redemptions fund humanitarian projects ending Cabal poverty schemes. On Wednesday, April 8, 2026, medbeds activate healing the damages from their poisons. On Saturday, April 11, 2026, global QFS streams fully operational, ending central bank control. On Thursday, April 16, 2026, Trump delivers epic address unveiling QFS rebirth during independence celebrations. The Cabal traitors are trapped and their empire is destroyed. Justice rains down on the pedophiles and traitors in power. Hidden underground facilities are being liberated. The Great Awakening shakes the planet as truth bombs drop. Patriots, the Republic is reborn. WWG1. This is the moment Q predicted. The White Hats have the Cabal cornered with no escape. Every patriot must stand ready as the truth sets us all free from their tyranny forever. B. Global currency reset. On Wednesday, March 25, 2026, the global currency reset ignites the gold-backed quantum financial system in 209 nations. Trump ripped the Fed from the cabal. It's now in the sovereign U.S. Treasury. NISRA/JSRA fully enacted with no income tax and new 14% sales tax on goods. Deep state melting as military raids their pedophile rings, sending elites to Gitmo. The children are saved at last from these monsters. On Friday, March 27, 2026, banks begin the QFS transition. Patriots stock food, cash, water and essentials right away. On Friday night, March 27, 2026, Trump to drop an announcement that will shock the world. President Donald Trump Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Wednesday, April 1, 2026, Trump has approved the QFS as the primary financial system. Global activation now targets April 2026. On 1st of April, the global currency reset and NISRA/JSRA laws will activate. Debt forgiveness frees all from slavery. Gold currencies bring prosperity to the people. Each individual will receive texts and emails to notify how to set an appointment at an official redemption center to set up your personal wallet, formerly known as a bank account. You will be given a one-time secure code, instructions for wallet activation, confirmation of debt wipe status and access to your own sovereign fund dashboard. Judy note, we have been told that Wells Fargo, which was owned by the Chinese elders, the ones who own the gold behind the global currency reset, will send out emails to currency and bondholders worldwide telling them how to set redemption and exchange appointments. It is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center, RC, rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. You can only set up your new wallet, bank account, at RC. It was my understanding that most banks were under control of the cabal and would soon play a different role in the global financial system. C. Saturday, March 21, 2026 breaking update. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns, JFK the leader on Telegram. In a stunning and historic declaration that patriots have awaited for years, President Donald J. Trump has officially announced the restoration of the American Republic. The corrupt corporate entity known as U.S. Incorporated has been dissolved completely, ending its foreign control over the nation. Common law sovereignty has returned in full, re-establishing the true constitutional republic and freeing the people from decades of tyranny. This monumental move, issued on March 21, 2026, is grounded in the authority of Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution. President Trump has summoned all flag officers of the armed forces, binding them under the Uniform Code of Military Justice to follow the Commander-in-Chief. Without question, corrupt civilian channels are bypassed as the military realigns to protect the reborn republic with unwavering loyalty. The fraudulent structure of U.S. Incorporated, created to enslave Americans with debt and endless conflicts, is now defunct. Admiralty law is dead, and the globalist occupation has collapsed. The deep state is legally overthrown as power flows back to we the people. This is the Great Awakening in action, with the White Hats executing the final phase of the plan to secure America's destiny. Patriots across the land are rising up in celebration as the storm arrives in full force. The Cabal is in complete panic, their empire of lies crumbling rapidly. With this declaration, the path opens for massive reforms including prosperity distributions and the dismantling of oppressive institutions. Every sovereign citizen will soon experience true freedom and abundance like never before. The Republic stands reborn stronger than ever under President Trump's leadership. No more manipulation by hidden powers. Common law brings justice and liberty for all. The military stands guard to ensure a smooth transition, exposing and bringing to account those who betrayed the nation. This victory belongs to all who fought in the shadows and held the faith. As the news spreads like wildfire among truth seekers, the excitement cannot be contained. The restoration signals the end of the old guard and the dawn of a golden age for America. United patriots must stay vigilant and spread this truth far and wide. The best is yet to come as the Republic thrives once again, delivering on the promises of freedom and sovereignty for generations. D2's March 10, 2026 bombshell announcement. President Trump declares restoration of the American Republic, U.S. Incorporated dissolved, common law sovereignty returns. Mr. Pool on Telegram. Patriots, the storm has hit and it's magnificent. President Donald J. Trump has invoked Article 2 to declare the United States fully sovereign under common law once more. The fake foreign-controlled U.S. Incorporated is finished, gone forever. No more Admiralty law oppression, no more globalist chains dragging us into debt and war. The deep state grip is broken. The true constitutional republic rises triumphant. This is no mere rhetoric. It's a binding declaration of authority and summons from Trump as Commander-in-Chief. He's seizing full control, sidelining the corrupt swamp and directing the military via the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Every flag officer is oath-bound to obey lawful orders from the legitimate president. No more excuses, no divided allegiances. The military now serves we the people through Trump, not the treasonous corporate facade. Under common law sovereignty, grounded in God-given rights and original founding truths, Trump exercises his prerogative to summon leaders, affirm real authority, and rebuild national defense. This resets America to the founders' vision: no commercial enslavement, no hidden British shadows, just pure liberty. All flag officers are ordered to convene in Virginia, the Republic's sacred cradle, for immediate realignment. This is full military mobilization to restore loyalty and eliminate globalist remnants. The timeline is set, orders issued, clock running. Unity under true command is happening now. Foreign-tied overseas bases and Commonwealth-linked tops. They're being shut down or reclaimed for America. No more secret outposts serving alien masters, no covert pacts bleeding us dry. Trump is smashing the centuries-old crown chokehold on trade and power. And the military reset locks it down. This fulfills Trump's sacred oath to defend the Constitution, protect the people, and preserve the Republic. Every officer and servant must choose, stand with the restored Republic or stand exposed as oath breakers. The line is drawn, no more shadows, no two Americas. One Republic. One Commander-in-Chief. One law, common law. Qua nouns, White hats, digital warriors, this is our victory moment. The debt-based, deception-driven U.S. incorporated fraud is overthrown. Military mobilizes under Trump's unbreakable command. Deep state cabal legally crushed, illusions collapsing. Freedom surges back, the republic is back, sovereign, unbreakable. We witness history, true American republic restored. Patriots win. God bless President Trump, our military, and the sovereign United States of America. Wars, Wars and Rumors of Wars. Monday, March 23, 2026. Iran is moving to profit from its control of the Strait of Hormuz by deciding who may pass through the waterway and potentially charging up to $2 million per tanker, according to Iranian sources cited by CNN. Monday, March 23, 2026. Exclusive, Ayatollah fled to Russia, IRGC has taken control. March 23, 2026. U.S. forces have bombed the Natanz Iranian nuclear site, where they enrich uranium-235. Monday, March 23, 2026. Trump signals final phase, U.S. nears objectives as Iran's capabilities collapse. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. President Donald Trump has announced that the United States is approaching the final stage of its military objectives in the ongoing conflict with Iran, stating that operations are nearing full completion. The update comes as U.S. forces continue sustained pressure across multiple domains. Recent reports indicate that Iran's naval capacity has been significantly reduced, its operational structure disrupted, and its ability to project force beyond its borders sharply limited. Air and strike operations remain active, with momentum clearly on the U.S. side. The final phase of the operation. According to the latest statements, the mission has focused on dismantling key military capabilities, including naval assets, missile systems, and infrastructure tied to regional influence. The objective has been clear: reduce Iran's ability to threaten stability and limit its reach across strategic zones. With those targets nearing completion, discussions have begun around scaling down major military activity. Shift in global energy security strategy. One of the most significant signals in Trump's statement is a shift in responsibility regarding the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most critical oil transit routes. Trump made it clear that the United States does not intend to carry the long-term burden of securing global energy flows alone. Instead, responsibility is expected to shift toward nations that rely most heavily on these routes, including countries across Europe and Asia. This marks a major policy shift, from long-term U.S. enforcement to shared or regional responsibility. Timeline and military impact. The conflict, which escalated in late February 2026, has progressed rapidly. Within weeks, U.S. operations have targeted and reduced naval threats, disrupted missile and drone capabilities, and applied sustained air pressure across key zones despite volatility in global energy markets. With oil prices rising during peak tensions, the strategic focus has remained on completing core objectives rather than short-term economic reactions. A strategic reset. This approach signals a broader shift in U.S. military and foreign policy strategy, reducing prolonged commitments while maintaining decisive, high-impact operations. Rather than extended presence, the focus appears to be rapid objective completion, limited long-term entanglement, and rebalancing global responsibility. Final take. Iran's military capabilities are significantly degraded. U.S. objectives are nearing completion. A transition phase is beginning. The message is clear: the operation is approaching its end and the strategy beyond it is already being defined. Guru Information and Intel H. Monday, March 23, 2026. Charlie Ward dire warning. March 19, 2026. Media Greer, Charlie Ward on Telegram. Charlie Ward has dropped a dire warning that is shaking the very foundations of the evil empire. The entire global system of police, judges, barristers, solicitors and intelligence agencies stands exposed as one massive criminal network protecting the worst pedophiles at the highest levels of power. A retired police commissioner handed over a shocking dossier naming 350 serving UK Parliament members deep in pedophilia. It went straight to Trump's team years ago. They already had it and waited for the perfect moment. These monsters faced secret military tribunals back in 2021 and 2022 during the lockdowns when it was easy to round them up. Now we watch actors and clones play their roles in public, including Prince Andrew, all to gently wake the sleeping masses without panic. The royal family was crumbling before our eyes. King Charles, tied forever to Jimmy Savile, has been stripped of almost every title while the clones glitch on camera to jolt everyone awake. Police forces run as private profit companies splitting fines with corrupt officials instead of protecting citizens. Trump's white hats infiltrated the UK system nearly 10 years ago, mapping every good cop against the rotten tops. Grooming gangs and elite child trafficking rings involving politicians and judges were shielded until the real bosses fell. Patriots, this whole nightmare unfolds as one giant movie pantomime for the public to finally see. Sit back with your popcorn because the final act is here. The Ayatollah works hand in hand with Trump, purging the CIA and Mossad terrorists planted inside Iran. The knockout blow against the satanic Zionist regime in Israel is coming fast. And it will end their dark control forever. Fake Jews operating as Luciferians through the Rothschild banking empire face total exposure right now. Disney tunnels, Branson networks, Epstein Islands in the Madeleine McCann file. On Monday, March 23, 2026, Trump's 5D chess masterstroke, SGAnon, lays bare the total annihilation of the Cabal's oil empire in Iran, sparking the final deep state collapse. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. SGAnon recently teamed up with Nino for a hard-hitting analysis of the explosive situation in the Middle East. Iranian oil installations including the critical South Pars gas field have suffered direct hits, leading to warnings of oil prices surging to extreme highs. At the same time, mounting evidence points to Benjamin Netanyahu being removed from power, with the deep state scrambling to spread lies and confusion. These targeted actions are obliterating the Rockefeller, Rothschild, CIA-controlled energy networks that have dominated the planet for decades, by destroying physical infrastructure and key facilities. In Qatar, Saudi Arabia and other areas, the globalists are losing their main weapon for holding sovereign nations hostage. This is forcing a powerful decentralization movement where countries break free and build self-reliant systems. President Trump is directing this with unparalleled brilliance. He has just greenlit a new oil refinery in Texas set to open this year, the first in more than 50 years, as part of a fierce drill baby drill campaign to achieve total American energy independence. Tariffs rolled out earlier have fortified the economy against chaos, proving his long-term preparation for these events. CIA strongholds and shadow operators are being wiped out across Iran and the Gulf states. Sweeping arrests of hundreds of embedded Western assets in Tehran are exposing the satanic infestation running the country since 1979. Similar cleanups in neighboring nations are tearing apart the multi-headed deep state hydra once and for all. In America, the momentum for justice is unstoppable. James Comey now faces subpoenas for his central role in treasonous plots against Trump. Seized election machines from key locations are unraveling years of fraud, setting the stage for military tribunals that will bring down Obama and the entire criminal network. This brilliant operation has neutralized the globalist plan for World War III and nuclear disaster through Iran. Prophetic elements around holy sites and temples are emerging, but they backfire on the Luciferians, exposing their manipulations. Russia is strengthened while the Federal Reserve gasps its last breaths. Q patriots know the truth. The New World Order is in its death throes. Trump the genius is dismantling everything with precision. Mass arrests of elite traitors are imminent as external threats dissolve. The Great Awakening is victorious and a new age of sovereign freedom rises from the ashes of the old empire. The old energy monopolies are burning away, clearing space for innovation and true prosperity. Warriors, hold fast as more shocks reveal the plan. Nothing can stop what is coming for the deep state. Victory belongs to the people. Monday, March 23, 2026, bombshell alert, the Great Reset is here. Trump's global military alliance launches mass arrests worldwide during 10 days of darkness as the U.S. escapes the Cabal's debt slavery machine forever. Media Greer on Telegram. The Great Reset the Cabal planned has been hijacked by President Trump and White Hats. Events in Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, Brazil, EU, UK and Ukraine expose the deep state's satanic agenda. Iran was their terror hub for weapons of mass destruction and global networks. Trump destroyed their plans by controlling the Strait of Hormuz. The U.S. is no longer the Cabal debt machine. Martial law approaches. Patriots prepare food, cash and essentials for 10 to 12 days of lockdown as Trump's global military alliance conducts mass arrests worldwide. The Starlink. Corporate U.S. Incorporated dissolves as true constitutional republic restores under common law. Strikes eliminate Iran threats and Obama-Biden treason. 10 Days of Darkness brings full disclosure. Great Awakening is here. Victory belongs to patriots. Where we go one we go all. Pray for the children and troops. God bless America. God wins. K. Monday, March 23, 2026 Emergency protocol initiated. Trump and Space Force ready to activate EBS as Iran collapses, every phone and TV overridden, shocking confessions and classified arrest footage set for release, Syria next in the military cleanse, EBS Donald Trump on Telegram Patriots, the storm is here and it's biblical. Leaked intel straight from Cheyenne Mountain and Peterson Space Force Base confirms it, President Trump has greenlit the final phase. With Operation Epic Fury crushing the Iranian regime, Ayatollah Khamenei already taken out in precision CENTCOM strikes, the emergency broadcast system is locked and loaded for immediate activation. This isn't a drill. Space Force satellites are primed to seize total control. Every TV, radio, cell phone, and internet device worldwide will be overridden in one massive military takedown. No escape, no mainstream media spin, just raw truth blasting into every home. Trump signed Executive Order 2026 47 weeks ago, authorizing this nuclear-level override for national security. Triple authentication from Trump himself, General Dan Kane, and Space Force Commander General Chance Saltzman is all that's needed to flip the switch. The EBS will unleash pre-recorded bombshells exposing the globalist cabal's treason, dark financial trails leading straight to Soros, Rothschild banks, Gates Foundation bioweapon labs, and Vatican slush funds. Captured Iranian generals have already cracked under military tribunals, spilling everything on Assad's secret facilities and how deep state puppets funneled billions through Swiss accounts to fuel endless proxy wars. Iran falls in 4 weeks or less, Trump confirmed it himself, it'll take 4 weeks, or less, full lock-in now. The regime is crumbling fast, key figures eliminated, nuclear dreams obliterated. And Syria. It's next. Operation Silent Storm is staging right now, Delta Force and Marine units in Jordan ready to storm Damascus and wipe out Assad's Iranian-backed terror hubs. No more bioweapons hidden in underground bases. The White Hats have purged 23 flag officers, thwarted CIA sabotage plots, and seized assets to fund the whole reset. This is the Great Awakening in real time. The EBS will drop live arrest footage, forced confessions from high-level traitors, and undeniable proof that the deep state planned to enslave humanity forever. Obama-era operatives like Evelyn Farkas already tribunaled and gone. 7 CIA saboteurs arrested mid-plot. Quantum-resistant DARPA encryption ensures nothing stops the broadcast, not blackouts, not hacks, not even their last desperate EMP attempts. Quanons, hold the line, the military is in full control. The elites are panicking as their proxy empires collapse. Iran was just the start, Syria seals the Middle East cleanse. Then the floodgates open globally, EU terror financing exposed. Endless wars ended, trillions clawed back for the people. Trump leads from Mar-a-Lago, Raven Rock switch flipped, mobile units in every state. The final reset is imminent, freedom, prosperity, and justice for all who fought in the shadows. The deep state thought they could hide forever. They were wrong. The storm has arrived, and it's taking no prisoners. WWG1G. Stay vigilant, patriots, the broadcast changes everything. Developing super spies and assassins was tightly tied into the world monetary system. George H.W. Bush was influential in forming of the CIA and their mind control program MKUltra. The November 13, 2010 New York Times reported that Dr. Joseph Mengele was among the Nazis given a safe. Monday, March 23, 2026 President Trump kept his word. ICE agents have begun deploying to airports nationwide this morning to help with security. As Democrats continue to keep DHS defunded and partially closed, Special Q forces on Telegram moan. March 23, 2026 Gitmo awaits, breaking, largest healthcare fraud in U.S. history, Operation Gold Rush exposes $14.6 billion medical scam. 324 doctors, nurses, and executives charged in the largest healthcare fraud in U.S. history. Operation Gold Rush uncovers $14.6 billion in scams, mansions, crypto, and luxury stolen with your tax money. This isn't just corruption, it's organized medical betrayal. Monday, March 23, 2026 President Trump has given Elon Musk the green light to pay TSA workers while Democrats hold their paychecks hostage by refusing to reopen and fund DHS. Monday, March 23, 2026 Democrats were mad about money from USAID getting shut off because USAID was a Democrat global money laundering operation. A U.S. intelligence intercepted communication verified that a foreign power was discussing routing USAID money to Joe Biden's campaign in 2024. John Solomon on Telegram Monday, March 23, 2026. President Trump has shared video evidence of Nancy Pelosi admitting she blocked 20,000 National Guard troops from being present on January 6, 2021. Monday, March 23, 2026. Senate Democrats just blocked legislation to ban men from competing in women's sports. Vote went down 49 to 41. They literally voted to keep biological males in girls' locker rooms, on girls' podiums, stealing scholarships and titles from female athletes. John F. Kennedy Jr. on Telegram Monday, March 23, 2026. A Mexican man is going viral after choosing to self-deport in hopes of regaining legal status, only to be approved for permanent residency just 2 weeks later and reunited with his family. Monday, March 23, 2026. Trying to launder $1 million U.S. taxpayer dollars to a fake Somalian-owned substance abuse facility. The address is really a restaurant. Uncovered the other day in one of our spending bills making its way through Congress was a $1 million earmark from Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, which was an earmark that was supposedly going to a substance abuse clinic, which actually happened to be housed in a restaurant and run by 3 individuals that share the same residential address according to their IRS paperwork. Tons of red flags. Monday, March 23, 2026. You have to see it to believe it. Every single location is a dump and a scam. This is why all these illegal migrants must be deported, especially if you are committing fraud that American citizens are literally paying for. This is nationwide and the reason our country is in massive debt and why Democrats are against deportation, because they're all getting a cut of the fraud. Time to get serious about this and make a difference. The Schiff on Telegram Moan. March 23, 2026, the Clinton Foundation unloaded FEMA's formaldehyde contaminated trailers from Hurricane Katrina to the victims in Haiti. A total of $12 to $16 billion was raised for the victims in Haiti and new shelters were supposed to be built. Instead, to save money, and allegedly pocket the difference, they took the trailers that were contaminated with formaldehyde from FEMA from Hurricane Katrina and gave them to the schools and people in Haiti. They knew these trailers were contaminated and that these shelters were supposed to be new construction. The people of Haiti received less than 2.8% of the $14 billion raised. Monday, March 23, 2026, boom. Julian Assange confirms, Hillary Clinton's email to John Podesta claims Obama, Hillary Clinton, Saudi Arabia and Qatar founded ISISman. March 23, 2026, breaking special report, Pizzagate is real, Hillary Clinton, Obama, Podesta emails, elephant eyes, and Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Monday, March 23, 2026, breaking, explosive report, Venezuela list explodes. Maduro linked 60 U.S. senators to multi-million bribe allegation. So, Monday, March 23, 2026. Global signal anomalies reported worldwide, Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. Over the past 24 hours, thousands of independent users across multiple countries have begun reporting unusual disruptions across communication networks. Entire television channels have gone offline without explanation. Radio frequencies in several regions briefly cut out and then returned with distorted signals. Mobile networks in major cities experienced unexplained outages lasting anywhere from a few minutes to nearly an hour. Social media users are posting videos of broadcast interruptions, frozen news segments, and emergency signal tests appearing on local channels. None of the major media outlets are addressing it. At the same time, satellite traffic monitoring platforms have recorded an abnormal increase in Starlink routing activity. Several network analysts have confirmed that large portions of global data traffic are now being redirected through secure satellite nodes rather than traditional ground infrastructure. Power grid monitoring groups are also reporting small, synchronized fluctuations across multiple regional grids. Not failures. Adjustments. These are not random events. Systems around the world appear to be transitioning into a controlled communications phase that many analysts had been quietly anticipating for months. Military communication channels remain active. Civilian broadcast infrastructure, however, is gradually being placed into standby. If you are seeing temporary signal interruptions, broadcast tests, or sudden outages, understand that you are not alone. Monday, March 23, 2026. Masonic Fortress crumbling, Australia. Colonel Ricardo Bossi reveals Australia One's epic stand as White Hats crush global cabal in top-down assault. 2026 disclosures will ignite total awakening, quantum financial system on Telegram. Colonel Ricardo Bossi, retired Special Forces Lieutenant Colonel and Australia One party leader, recently dropped major truth bombs exposing the Masonic takeover of Australia and the unstoppable White Hats global operation. Patriots are rising stronger than ever as the cabal crumbles. In 2025, over 2 million Aussies flooded Canberra in the biggest protest ever, but Masons infiltrated from the start, turning the country into their fortress since founding days. They control all institutions, leaving just 2 million real patriots out of 27 million as the core force. Bossi's warriors push forward relentlessly like Spartans, ignoring fake leaders and building self-reliant communities. Australia's vast resources and Antarctica proximity made it the Rothschild-planned eternal base, but Trump and White Hats neutralized top bloodlines years ago. Top-down takedowns have Australian troops fighting in secret global battles, exposing satanic portals in hotspots like Iran. Using the colored hats model, Bossi clarified the awakening: White Hats lead with Trump, Blue Hats fight actively. Green Hats activate on evidence of crimes. The yellow and orange masses will surge awake during 2026 scare events revealing child horrors and Antarctica secrets. Red Hats in Masonic cults panic as exposure hits. Trump's tippy-top comms fuel the fire while OPSEC holds. Israel falls last. Breaking Zionist illusions. Australia One prepares the people to seize power locally as God's plan unfolds. The Anglophone alliance reunites triumphantly. Masonic filth trembles in defeat. Insiders confirm imminent portal disclosures and full Epstein truths will shatter the remaining sleepers into action, firing massive guilt and rage against the cabal. Bossi stresses self-reliance is key to holding sovereignty when the military hands power back. No more apathy, the real champions are ready, fakes exposed as traitors. The new earth rises now with patriots leading under divine light.
Now, this is the day that that Jesus Christ was murdered. He was tortured to death, and his body was put out for public display. And the people who did this to him are still in power. And I think 2,000 years has been enough time for these people to be tormenting us, and it's going to be over soon. And I talk with direct knowledge. I actually was sent by the Asian secret societies to negotiate with these people, and I went to Rome and to Milan to meet the P2, P3 Freemasons. They took me to their secret headquarters, which is the Basilica of St. Peter, which is the first Roman Catholic church. And inside you can see the original skull and bones sculpture. And it's full of military weapon designs. It's kind of a military establishment. And they told me their goal was to create a single world dictatorship, or fascist, everybody under a single Caesar or Messiah to control and lead humanity. And the symbols they used for their power were always, they had these two keys to control society. One is you control the food, the other is you control the military. So and these days it's the dollar printing machine and the Pentagon. And if you control these two, then you have supreme power. Because if you want to eat, you got to obey. And if you try to disobey, this is the corner of the financial group. They have three keys. And the third key is, or the religious group, I should say, is propaganda. In other words, you control people's thinking. That's where the word government comes, control minds. So this is a system that has been in power in the West for thousands of years. It is basically now operating on Babylonian debt slavery. And that is what is coming to an end. And it's going to happen in a very good way. There's very good progress on many fronts. And now I'd like to get concrete about each front by having you listen to Commander-in-Chief Donald Trump, the real one, speak. And then I'll give you the backstory behind each comment. So first, let's see what he has to say about Iran. I've been in touch with Iranian government officials, and they told me that they offered $1 trillion worth of Iranian stuff, and that the Trump administration is basically taking the deal. And this has caused the price of the dollar to plunge in Iran. Apparently, food prices are down 75%, and Iranians will be able to buy American cars and iPhones, and they're very happy with the deal. And the other thing people need to understand is it's nothing to do about this 30-year-old story about we got to prevent Iran from having nukes. I actually talked to the son of the Shah of Iran, the former king, who told me that George Bush Sr. gave him missiles tipped with neutron bombs. So they've had these. They tried to give them back to Obama, but he turned them down. So, and you know, Iran can obliterate Israel within a few minutes with just conventional missiles, or within a day, according to Colonel Douglas McGregor. But in any case, they don't want to do this, and instead they want peace. Now, the other big piece of news is that it's a 70-person delegation of Saudi military are in Iran right now discussing the situation in Syria. This is part of an agreement that's being worked out between the Turks, that would be, and then the Persians, that would be the Iranians, and the Arabs, as led by Saudi Arabia, to replace the nation state of, or the satanic state of Israel with the state of Judea, which would allow all the Judeans to live in peace, whether they be Jewish, Muslim, or Christian, or whatever. And that's in the works. So that's the backstory there. A deal is being reached. And the other part of the deal is that Iran is heir to the Persian gold, legendary Persian gold hoard. And at the very top level of the financial system, they don't accept paper. They want gold or something that really exists. So this is very useful for the Americans, so that they don't have to just rely on Asian or Chinese gold. It puts them in a much better position. By the way, most of this gold is actually located in Thailand, because that's where the Shah of Iran put it for safekeeping when he was overthrown. But the bottom line is there's not going to be a war in the Middle East with Iran. And these fanatics like Lindsey Graham, who want this, apocalyptic war, have been sidelined, as has been Mark Rubio. So that's all very good news. Okay, now the next clip I want to play is President Trump talking about Russia. Now, he's saying in this clip that he's going to reach a deal with Russia. Again, I've been talking directly with Russian FSB people. I've been acting sort of as a middleman. So what I'm hearing is the deal has already been reached. The Dnieper River will be the new border, and that Russia will be in charge of security in Western Europe, and that Odessa will become Russian, but it'll be a free port like Hong Kong, so the Ukrainians will not have to pay for exports. I know there's talk about Trump getting rare earth metals from Ukraine and stuff, but that's really not true. And the point about rare earths is that they're everywhere. The problem is having the ability to refine that, and the Chinese have a lockhold on that. So it's not about finding rare earths. It's about the technology to refine it into products. And right now, the West just doesn't have enough of it, but I'm sure they will build it up. But in any case, the main point, the sticking point has been that the Russians insist on denazification as a condition for peace in Ukrainian government and their backers in the EU. So, for example, Ursula von der Leyen of the EU saying that she supports the Holy Talmud, which calls for the decapitation of all Christians and teaches that non-Jews are Catholic with impunity. So obviously, this is not a sort of system of government that will be tolerated in this planet. And it's interesting that right now both EU and Canadian government officials are only taking burner phones when they go to the United States, because there's a state of war between the Nazis who still control Canada and the EU, and now the Russian-American alliance. So, but I have heard that, a lot of the top Nazis are going down, and I'm going to talk about one of them later, Richard Armitage. His death has been announced, and I'll give you the backstory of that, but later. But let me finish by looking at the next Trump comment. This is the one about China. China, he's saying that the United States is going to reach a deal with China. And the deal that I understand is in the works is that the Chinese are willing to forgive all the debt that's been built up with trade deficits over 40 years. But they want in exchange for the Americans to have a more accurate, fact-based knowledge of China and Chinese culture so as to, dispel prejudice and ignorance. And once that is done, some sort of jubilee will be arranged, and then incredible amounts of funds will be made available for rebuilding the United States infrastructure and for restructuring the world economy in a way that it, benefits the average people and the living things, and not just Satan worshiping corporate oligarchs. So that's what's in the works. This is going to take time. Don't expect anything too quick. But as things stand, if the United States does not reach a deal with China, people will run out of iPhones very quickly. And it'll take until 2028 to bring iPhone production to the United States. And then each iPhone will cost $3,000. Okay, so that's what will happen if you don't make a deal with China. The other thing is Trump says he's going to make, or Scott Bessent, his Treasury Secretary, saying he's going to try to make a deal with 70 countries to isolate China. But, the Chinese provide people with products they use in their daily lives. The Americans provide people with paper and endless war. So I don't think that's going to work very well. And I've already heard the Indians and the Japanese have said no. So I don't think that's going to go. And I've heard that Scott Bessent has been sidelined. I'll get to that later. All right. Now, here's the final clip from Trump that I want to show you. This is him talking about Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board. What I've heard about Jerome Powell from the head of MI6 is that he is on the way out because they have the military and intelligence community, who aren't very financially literate, have finally figured out that the United States Treasury has been buying its own issues. In other words, all the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians, the Brazilians who actually earn their treasuries with real sales of real commodities have been dumping them, and nobody's been buying them. So the Treasury has been creating fake accounts in the Cayman Islands and Luxembourg and through cryptocurrency to pretend that there's someone buying that. And that's highly illegal, according to the head of MI6. But what this means is that a move is now being made by the military industrial types to take control of the money printing machinery away from the Khazarian mafia and give it into the hands of the military intelligence community. And this also has to do with this P3, P2 Freemason agent by the name of Marco. I know his last name, but I'm going to keep it off the record for now, who spent, many years in Asia trying to reach a deal with the Asians. He was apparently arrested by Korean types in Japan and tortured. I had nothing to do with that. I just found out about it. He eventually came back with a Chiang Kai-shek golden Buddha filled with diamonds, but he didn't get a deal. The deal is going to be reached with the Dragon family, and that is in the works, and that's what is sitting on Xi Jinping's and Donald Trump's desk. So a deal will be reached, but it's going to take a couple of months. This is big stuff, and it has to be done carefully and right. So that's what's going on there. Okay. Now, I'm going to talk about Richard Armitage. Was it pulmonary embolism, something in his lung? That's what happens when you get your head stuffed in a toilet or you're waterboarded. But in any case, good riddance. He's a cousin of Barbara Bush, so he's a descendant of the Satanist Aleister Crowley, and he's been the secret boss in Japan forever. I've previously said on the record that I was told by a member of the Japanese royal family and by a member of Japanese military intelligence that former Prime Minister Takeshita Noboru was taken. He mentioned in public the idea of selling U.S. government bonds, and as a result, he was taken to Alaska in a helicopter, and then hung naked from a helicopter, and then forced to run naked through the snow while he was chased. And finally, and a video was taken of this, and it's shown to everybody who becomes prime minister in Japan. It was done by Richard Armitage, and basically said, if you don't obey us, this is what's going to happen to you. So his death is a very good thing. Now, I also have a personal problem with him. Now, as you recall, I've been kind of distracted recently because 200 policemen showed up at my house to forcefully evict me from a place I'd been living for 23 years. This is not the normal reaction to a dispute with a landlord over a leaky roof. I was denied a chance to put my side of the case in court, and those 200 cops were sent by Richard Armitage, and I was told that my life was in danger, which is why I temporarily evacuated to Canada. Well, now I'm back, and Armitage is gone, and hopefully a lot of the corrupt police under him will face jail for what they've done. But I will be going back to Canada because another reason I've been distracted is that my mother and there's a lot of things I have to do, with the family home and other things. So I'll be back in Canada soon, and I'll be there for a long time this time. So that's what's going on this front. Now let me quickly check my notes for a few other things that I might have missed. Okay, I've noticed that Stephen Moran, who's the head of the Council of Economic Advisors for President Trump, is saying the dollar's got to weaken, and he doesn't. This is a man who's actually in charge of advising Trump, and he doesn't even understand why the dollar doesn't weaken. And so I have to explain this backstory once again. The dollar is not a monolith. It's not a single entity. It's controlled by different groups. And what has happened ever since the Lehman crisis is that the dollars earned by people outside of the United States have been quarantined from new dollars being created inside the United States. So you have one group of people printing dollars and causing the stock market in the U.S. to go to, fantasy levels. And you have another group that refuses to accept these dollars for trade. And this is at the heart of the impasse. And this is what's been, blocking progress. You have the Western Khazarian mafia on one side, you have the Asian elders on the other. Each have their own dollars, and slowly but surely, by controlling real production and real goods, the Asians have been winning. So a deal will be reached, but the dollar is not going to fall because it's not American anymore. So that's something people need to wrap their heads around. That's why you can't just devalue the dollar and then make U.S. exports cheap. The United States will have to create its own currency or accept the Dragon family deal, which is probably a better choice. And the final thing I want to mention is some talk about the U.S. as a technology to bend time and space. I've run into this. This is sort of so-called Nazi time bell and stuff. I don't know. We'll see. But maybe this is a sign they're going to start releasing some of the esoteric technology they have. But believe it when you see it. In any case, the news is all good, and things are moving in a positive direction. And hopefully I'll be able to provide better reports now that my personal troubles are more or less behind me. Okay, now I'd like to answer questions from readers and viewers.
Hi, Ben. We have our first question for today. A week ago, you mentioned a new military alliance that emerged between Russia, Serbia, Hungary, and Slovakia. Could you please elaborate on that? From a Slovakian perspective, it would sooner appear that the government of Robert Fico is slowly giving in to the pressure of the EC. We can only hope it's a diversion from something.
Well, what you'll notice if you look at the reality on the ground is that the Austro-Hungarian Empire has more or less revived. They basically decided to close their borders to the uncontrolled immigration that was affecting the rest of Europe. And they have reached deals with Russia on gas and energy outside of the EU framework, and they have been blocking the EU in many things. And the fact that Hungary announced a military alliance with Serbia, and Serbia has a military alliance with Russia, shows that this is, basically the Austro-Hungarian Empire and the Russians joining forces, and this is probably mean the end of the Nazi rule of the EU over time. This will affect Germany and France, especially the de facto leader of that faction was Jean-Michel de Rothschild, known to us as Brigitte Macron. I have reached out to this individual to try to negotiate a surrender. So far, I have not heard back, but they don't really hold any cards. Their military is a joke. They wouldn't last 5 days against the Russians. Fortunately, the Russians aren't going to just move in. They're going to wait for the white hats to take over and arrest the Nazis without a war. But that's what will happen. And of course, economic deals do need to be reached, and that's probably what the questioner is referring to. Because at the end of the day, everybody wants to have good relations with Western Europe, including the Russians. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What are your thoughts on lab-grown foods, specifically lab-grown meats? I myself am very suspicious. It seems like something Bill Gates would try to push.
Well, theoretically, if you could make a really nice steak or nice meat that you can't tell the difference from the real deal because it's made from actual cow flesh, inhumane conditions, I'm personally, in theory, in favor of it. But of course, the devil is in the details, because if it's some kind of genetically engineered, unhealthy monstrosity that's very expensive, then that's not going to work. But the idea of being able to make meat as long as it's healthy and environmentally sustainable. Next question. Oh, one last thing though. Of course, if it comes from Bill Gates, don't trust it. Those people, they have a track record of trying to poison us, and they've already contaminated our. So if it's coming from those people, don't trust it. Next question.
Hi, Ben. What are your thoughts on the tariffs? Who really has the upper hand? Does China need the USA market, or does the USA need Chinese goods?
Well, the fact of the matter is that right now exports to the U.S. only account for 2.7% of Chinese GDP. So they could live without it a lot better than the Americans. And, the Americans get all their cheap Christmas trees and their iPhones and their computers and clothing and everything else from China. And what do the Chinese get in exchange? Paper. The Americans would lose for sure, and that's why I think they're going to have to take the Dragon family deal and the very generous offer of a jubilee, a write-off of debt that's coming from the Asians. But all the experts say that the tariff war would cause everyone to lose, including the Americans and the Chinese, so it's best to avoid it. But I think Trump was right to do this in order to force negotiations forward instead of having things keep, status quo, kicking down the can down the road forever and ever. I think, he had to bring things to a head, and that was a good move. Next question.
Hi, Ben. I'm wondering if China's credit system and missing people are somehow related. First, credit system is introduced, then people disappear. Do you know anything about this?
My understanding about the missing people is that what happened was someone ran the numbers. They looked at the Chinese population a couple of decades ago, and then they used the official Chinese birth figures to calculate what the population should be. And they found that, the population should be much smaller than it is by a couple hundred or more, or as much as 400 or 500 million people less. However, I personally know a Chinese is where I go for a massage who was not registered at birth because of the one-child policy. So I'm suspecting that a lot of these missing Chinese are just kids who were born, but they didn't register the birth because of the one-child policy, which is why the official statistics show much lower population, or the birth rate statistics show a much larger population than what the Chinese government reports now. But next question.
Evan, we have our last question for today. China got whatever upper hand it may have due to cheating and theft. Communism and centrally controlled economy are irreconcilable with free and fair trade and human rights. Intellectual property theft going back 30 years hasn't been remedied yet, and the Chinese are digging deep water ports in the Western Hemisphere. That's got to be nipped in the bud with full-on, no apologies sabotage. What are your thoughts on this? Could they ever be trusted?
Well, the Chinese government does have a track record of intellectual property theft, and I'm a victim. I know that they read my reports and they are published all over China, but I don't get a penny from it. But having said that, the fact of the matter is that they have a superior economic system, which is why they've had decades of double-digit growth or high-level growth, and that's why they're winning the trade war. And I keep saying the West needs to revamp its current economic system, because right now it's run by Satan-worshiping oligarchs who all they want to do is take the profit for themselves. They build super yachts and things like that, whereas the Chinese took the money they earned and they built roads and bridges and schools and factories. So if we don't want to become Chinese slaves, we need to make our economic system better than the Chinese one so that we outgrow them, we outcompete them, and we beat them by making, better stuff. And let's face it, all the inventions of the past, century or more, all been Western. I mean, computer chips, everything. And we still have that incredible scientific power. We just have a very bad, economic system run by corrupt oligarchs. That needs to be reformed. And hopefully then we can outcompete China. And yes, somebody has to call them out for all the unfair stuff they've been doing. But I don't think blowing up ports is the answer. I think taking them over maybe, but not blowing them up. Okay, well, that's what I have to say for myself today. Now I hope to see you again next week.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update filed by Judy Byington. The U.S. has been declared a sovereign constitutional republic under common law, as per President Trump invoke of U.S. Constitution Article 2. Federal Reserve, Central Banking Cartel, and IRS have been officially dissolved. The fiat petrodollar is dead. Big banks tightening liquidity prior to their collapse. It is advised to withdraw your monies before accounts freeze. Your personal account has been mirrored into the new gold asset-backed QFS, but won't be accessible until after Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. And we have a Bible passage, as I have loved you, love one another. By this shall men know ye are my disciples, if you have love one to another. John 13:34-35. Judy note, President Trump has dissolved U.S. Inc. and reestablished America under common law. Deep state power has been revoked. The United States was now a sovereign constitutional republic, no more foreign rule. In a move that will go down in American history, President Donald J. Trump has officially invoked the authority vested in him under Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, declaring the United States a sovereign nation under common law, no longer under the foreign-controlled corporate structure known as U.S. Inc. This declaration of authority and summons, issued and signed directly by Trump, marked the end of Admiralty law, rule, and the rebirth of the constitutional republic. The era of foreign manipulation, constitutional governance, and globalist occupation is over. President Trump declares the restoration of the American Republic. U.S. Inc. dissolved, common law sovereignty. Trump told Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz by Monday, March 23, 2026, or lose every power plant in the country, starting with the biggest, which would plunge 90 million souls into darkness, Mr. Poole on Telegram. But this was never about Iran. The Strait of Hormuz was the jugular vein of the old financial system. 21% of the world's oil passes through a corridor, 33 kilometers wide. Oh, look, 33. Isn't that a Masonic number? 33, the number on every temple, every lodge, every oath they have ever taken. They built an empire on black gold. They funded wars, bought governments, and enslaved nations. And now one man is threatening to turn off the lights. Not on Iran, on them. The power plants are not electrical, they are financial. Every central bank, every oil cartel, every shadow institution that is fed on the blood of the Strait for decades. This is the Black Swan, March 23, 2026. Remember this date. The 48 hours expire. The Strait closes or the grid falls. Either way, the fiat system collapses. Either way, the petrodollar dies. The quantum financial system is not coming, it's already here, waiting for this exact moment. Gold, XRP, ISO 20022. The new architecture was built in silence. While the old world burned, every war, every crisis, every headline, a controlled demolition of a system that was never meant to serve you. When the lights go out in Tehran, the screens go dark in Davos, in Brussels, in every boardroom where the architects of the old world thought they were untouchable. This is not a 48-hour ultimatum to a country. It is a 48-hour warning to a bloodline. 10 days of darkness and a temporary martial law was already in effect. The world's communication networks were shutting down one after another, according to Mr. Poole on Telegram on Sunday, March 22, 2026. Be prepared with food, cash, essentials for 10 to 12 days. Be prepared for quiet. Be prepared for confusion. Be prepared for incredulity. Your devices may become motionless, channels may freeze, and power grids may flicker. The truth is being prepared for release behind that silence. The world will see an uncensored broadcast that reveals what has been concealed for generations once the system stabilizes. Broadcast towers were being silenced, with media anchors disappearing in the middle of sentences and major networks going offline. The controlled blackout phase has begun for the entire world. On several continents, emergency broadcast systems were ready. Global communication is now entirely under Starlink's control. Quantum encryption filters every signal, every transmission, and every frequency. For the first time in contemporary history, the people, not the puppets, control the information flow. The QFS and military alliance were carrying out coordinated takedowns of data centers, banks, and political networks connected to the previous regime while the surface goes dark. Every operation is absolute, silent, and clean. Why the fuss? A silent shift was unfolding behind secured doors. 209 nations have aligned on a historic financial reset that reshapes global trade, currency, and control through a global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency. Epstein and the intelligence blackmail operations, elite child trafficking, psychological operations such as MKUltra, and election fraud were the most important stories and agendas that need to be fully exposed and dismantled. Military was the only way to do that. Something had to be done about the massive waste of taxpayer dollars